The of all the people randomly playing Magic today, that guy Pro Jared's playing. I just saw it. This is so random. Landfall. Sure. Maybe. Probably Tifa. Moss Barn Hydra. I guess Springheart. Wait, where is Moss? Oh, there you go. Man, Landfall is just disgusting. It's like a deck in and of itself. This is -1. -1, guys. Hello. It's alright. Good old Casualties of War. Yes. Yes. No chasm. I need all the hardened skills cards. What? What? Oh, right. It's the cultivation. Ooh. Yeah. Instead? I'm gonna try Chrome Box, I think. Yeah, there it is, yeah. Alright, I struggled to find it. Whenever one was trying to creature... Okay, that's why it just reads. Reads weird. What are we looking at for adapt? The new siege? Yeah. There's Emperor of Bones. That's not 1/1 counters. Do I even need a medallion? Not really. I think the green one makes sense at least. Probably not the black one. Jet collector, yeah. Anything with the word Mox in it. The Obzon Siege? What does this one do? Oh, Obzon or Sultai, right, yep. But we do the Obzon side? What's the dive down? Oh yeah, Snakeskin Veil, there it is. There it is. I don't really like this. Oh yeah, fight rigging, maybe. What's the name of the Defiler? I'm struggling. Is it not a mythic? Oh, I thought it was a mythic. Oh, shoot. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Right, it puts counters when you cast cards. Oh. Yeah, yeah, that's just the other Winding Constrictor. I don't think we need Tooth and Nail. It's not like it would hurt. I think I want Explore and can't play the other one. Oracle, because that's just the direction we went in. Henge is discounted by total? Greatest. This could be kind of hard to get into play. If I had like a 4/4. This is not impossible. It's pretty heavily played. I currently am somewhat okay with it. I want more creatures though. Lightning Bolt? I need more creatures for Hedge. 27 is not enough. The only sack outlet I think I like is Phyrexian Tower, for the most part. Or maybe the one that makes treasure tokens. But, I think my opponent has to kill my creatures, so I don't really have to kill them myself. Like Sephiroth. My opponent, like, I just have these giant creatures, I don't really care to sack them. Oh yeah, I forgot Reanimate's a card, of course. Silly me. Yeah, no Chain of the Rocks this time. We don't have any mountains. No mountains. It's like Swords of Plowshares. And Chain of the Rocks. No, it's up to my opponent to interact with me. I'm not gonna play sack outlets because my opponent sometimes swords me. Children's... No, I still need more creatures. It doesn't even matter. I need more creatures. Yeah, Broncos cards. It's cards. We like cards, I guess. I always want this to work, but it's not. It doesn't work. I want it to work, but it doesn't. What does Sylvan Safekeeper do? Feels kind of annoying. If we have critical mass of lands, probably. I also probably want more than 40 lands with the exact idea that's happening. Oh yeah, Gala Greeters. It's actually just perfect. Look at that. This is also good sometimes. I don't know, it's probably good enough for the time. It's better than... probably better than Emerald Medallion, honestly, yeah. Okay. Any room for more creatures is good for me. This is interesting to spam. Well, the first thing I thought of was the Bristly Bill package, so that's where we are now. I feel like this is a very annoying engine, but it's also a bit slow and not super scary damage-wise. Probably could just sort of laugh at this, but it does draw a metric boatload of cards if you continue to do it. Granted, I don't know how important that is. Scavenging Ooze is also a thing. I've scrolled past this like 3 times. I like never play this. That's a maybe. Okay, Tifa doesn't look as exciting anymore. I'm gonna take Tifa out. Not as exciting as it did when there were only 4 cards in here. Bite to the Reliquary. Could probably even get away with Questing Beast. Pock is just always good. Yeah, I mean, it's a landfall deck. Just can't go without that one, I guess, because Wizard said so. Overlord is another landfall thing. This is not counters, right? No. Alright. Fortunately, we have good problems. It's just a matter of remedying said problems. No, I don't want to proliferate. Though Vraska is just okay, I guess. I'm not trying to proliferate, though. That's the combo card with Heliod. It's kind of interesting. It's pretty easy to just evolve it, so it's like a way of getting counters. What's the other one? The new bird might just be faster. I don't really care about the squirrels. I do like the bird. Maybe there's something in both of them. I kind of like the bird. This thing. think this route is biblically accurate in some regard. Convoke. That's brood scale's the convoke thing, right? Yeah, no, I don't want that one. Wait. That's brood lord. This thing. Okay, I like this a lot more than Scurry Oak. We'll see. No. Alright. I like the land side of it. That's what we're about, I guess. We want rapid growth? I don't think we need it. I think we don't have to stay busy ramping. We just play lands. You don't have to play like 5 a turn. Springheart maybe not great anymore. Although Springheart doesn't struggle to just win out of nowhere. It still requires your commander in play, so I don't think that's super relevant, but it is, these are mutants. I'm not sure if I like, really the only one I would like is this one. But your commander still has to be, oh, this should just be in there naturally. It has to be in play. What does this even draw? What is that doing? It draws an elf? Oh, a druid. Oh, wait, no, it's an elf. It always draws an elf. Yeah, that makes sense. As is tradition. Yeah, being a mutant doesn't really matter. Not really. Because, again, your commander has to be in play already, and you have to have counters playing. I don't like the... But this card is just correct. Yeah, I guess we'll forego Faceless Agent. My true dream. My dream card. Yeah. I like the card draw. It just has to be in play already. Yeah. I'm not underestimating the card draw at all. It has to be in play for you to draw cards. So your mutant doesn't do anything unless this is in play. And when this is in play, it's pretty easy to make things mutants already. I don't think I have to play a mutant. So no Faceless Agent, as much as I want it. As much as I want Faceless Agent in every deck. I guess I can stay for now. I can stay for now. Alright, no Mosswood. No Mosswood. It's just rather slow. I don't really struggle with that. Actually, I could probably get rid of Dark Ritual. I mean, yeah. Dark Confidant in Bucking Bronco. Is there a Mutant Sleeve? Oh. Always that one. Trample on modified creatures. Not really worried about trample. But what is the rampant growth one? Is it the same card? Oh, it is the same card. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. We like those. What's the other one that lets you just spread 1/1 counters? Like, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. It's like Thrive? Is it called Thrive? It might not be in Arena. I think it is in Arena. Or some card similar to Thrive. It would be a sorcerer or an instant, I guess. Reddit a brick on... It's in standard? Wow. Isn't that like the D&D set? Put 2 counters on each of up to X land. Okay, well that's not... I don't really want to animate my lands. We could play Emergent Sequence. It does technically make... It's like a creature that's a mana dork that's also... can become a mutant and draw. It might be the one-time Emergent Sequence... What the heck is that on my hand? One-time Emergent Sequence is... Ah, what is that? That hurts. Ow. Like a thorn in my hand. I don't know, I went this long without feeling it. It's about to rotate? Ah, I see. I was about to say, I feel like it should rotate soon, because Reddit Brick's going, like, you know, way back. Vigor? Is that in the game? Well, if it is, I don't own it. Okay, it appears to not be in the game. I don't think I've ever seen someone put Vigor in play. No. Okay, well, let's try to make this 100 cards. That would be, maybe... Case of the Spaghetti Noodles. Oh, wait, what's the other enchantment? Dang it. Ah, oh, stop showing me cards. This isn't helping. 7 or more lands, look at the top card, play land. It's kind of late in the game. This is unnecessary. It's not the same as, like, Coiling Oracle, or Oracle of Moldiah. It's not quite up there. What's the... What are they even called? Classes? What are they called? Yeah, Innkeeper's Talent. So I can just do it. That's a card. Innkeeper's Talent. I think Innkeeper's Talent, just a consistent way to put counters on things outside of my commander, which might not be the most useful, but it's Innkeeper's Talent's just fine. Casualties of War might get in the way. It's not the main game plan. It costs 6. It still just hoses your opponent completely and entirely. So I'm hard pressed to not get rid of it. But for the sake, well, I don't know. It's been a while since I've played it. What is Fight Rigging doing? I don't have 10 drops in here. I don't think Fight Rigging is at its best. But it's just another Innkeeper's, right? It doesn't stop doing this. It just keeps doing that. We could also struggle with Scavenging Ooze without a ton of removal. Maybe not a big deal, though. Oh, look at this black-green chunk. Oh, I love it. Look at that chunk of black-green. Yeah, we'll keep Gitrog for the sake of just doing something with Gitrog that's funny. But, you know, it could easily remove all the cards that cost more than 3. And just be like a max sweat. But I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. Meow, 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 meow. I kind of want more than 40 lands. There are some MDFCs. I think there's only 1 in here currently. I also probably want more removal. I'm thinking that Dark Confidant and Caustic Bronco, not super necessary. They don't ramp on turn 1 or 2 or 3. They don't really want to die. Putting counters on them and swinging with, like, Confidant is weird. I think we can do without these cards. At least this one. I can probably do without that one. Don't struggle with the card draw part. It's just the explosive mana department. And then Genova kind of takes care of the rest. I feel like I don't need to have card draw. Like, this is doing that. And again, it can actually be kind of hard to swing with them anyways. Even if they're like 4/4s, it can still be a little hard to actually swing. I'd also like more removal. Yeah. The other Ozolith. Oh yeah, that's right, there's two of them. I wouldn't call Dark Confidant bad, but it was one of the first cards I put in here. I don't think it's bad, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary. Same with Nissa, not necessary. Doesn't help me early. I don't really care about the plus. You may have it become a 3/3, so you can just play this and untap a land. Definitely not the most exciting, but we are within the curve range of it. We're not playing 10 drops that Nissa struggles to -5. We do have the litany of things that it can -5 into. But I also just have Reanimate in my deck anyways. And playing a 4-mana, play an extra land is kind of weird. I don't know. It's annoying. Your opponent probably has to deal with it. It just feels annoying. But so does Dark Confidant. One of them helps your opponent sometimes, though. There was like 2 games in a row we killed people with their own their own Dark Confidant. What is Jet Collector doing? I don't know. I really like the Reanimate on this. I really do. Could be hard to actually get your Mox, though. Could definitely be hard. But I do like that Reanimate. This is... I thought you could only do it once. But apparently you can just continuously reanimate your entire graveyard with this. Which is really weird. It's actually kind of insane. It also doesn't have summoning sickness. It just does it, like, instantly. It's not reanimate, but it's kind of weird. You know, like, for a card like this to keep doing it and only have it cost, like... Because Reanimate's like a 5-mana thing other than Zombify. And Jet Collector just keeps doing it. I don't really know why. It was like the once per game thing was accidentally placed in the wrong spot. So it only triggers the top part once instead of like... I don't know. It's really weird. But the main issue would be putting 4 cards in my graveyard. But we have fetch lands. So... it definitely feels better than the Mossborn... or Moss Knight. Whatever the Moss Knight was called. Hardened Bonds? Yeah, that's already in here. Alright, well we gotta find 8 cards to take out still. And I will refute every single idea provided to me. Until we go through all 108 and we're back to square one. Chrome Mox is not at its best, for sure. But it's definitely not at its worst. Yeah, Lumra's alright. Doesn't help me go to 100 cards, but it's alright. It costs 6, maybe a little unnecessary. It lets me easily cast a Great Henge, which I think I can a little bit struggle to actually play. Do need something moderately large in play that isn't dying for a Great Henge to do the thing. It's also kind of close to where Bronco and Dark Confidant is, where the card draw is great, but I have so much card draw already that I don't need to really run any. Well, with the exception of Black Market Connections, because that card is just really stupid. Like, I'm not really struggling with card draw here. It's all front-loaded on my commander, but that's the whole point. That's all. That's the whole point. That is the whole point. Yeah, it's only your turn, right? No. Only your turn. Okay, we're gonna go without this for now. Yeah, we could actually want sack outlets, but I'm willing to try to not run them. I am more than willing to attempt to not make room for those right now. I'm not super worried about that until I find out that I am, which I might not. Chocobo is fine. I haven't played it yet. The Black Overlord? Yeah. Could actually drop even more black cards? The black side of thing is not sold on the black ideas too much here, which makes sense. Makes sense. Could actually run more fetch lands, like the bad fetch lands, with the. I think that's might be something there. It depends. Because early tap lands are lights out. I don't really want to. There's no reason to get into trouble with those. But we do have Death Ray Shaman and stuff, so. It's pretty easy to drop 5 swamps in a deck like this. I could probably drop all but 2 swamps, to be completely honest with you. So let's look at the. What are our options for fetch lands? Fabled Passage, is that in here? Not actually sure. It's not. Alright, that one's fine. Beseiju. Fine. Whatever. Demolition Field is untapped. Blowing up your opponent's lands is not really that exciting, but it is a second untapped landfall trigger that color fixes later. I would almost prefer, like almost always, these things. That's fine. Even like Shire Terrace, I'd prefer that instead, actually. Urza's Cave is fine, actually. It's like Cavernous Souls could actually matter with more games that card is involved with. Something like that. I don't have to go too crazy, though. This is the right one, right? Riveteers is the Jund one. This is the Esper one. This is the Grixis, Bant, Naya. Okay. We're building Genova. Well, you're saying 1 or 2 is odd. Because this is a 100-card singleton format. I don't know what the first one is doing. That would be kind of interesting to me. So yeah, you know, we have our 1. It's like, well, do we though? How do you? You don't reliably have it. I don't know. I'm not too gung ho about that yet. I feel like I'm in a position where my opponent has to interact with me, so I'm not worried about like doing the thing all the way. If I can make room in this deck and skip that part, then you are way stronger. And I think I can. I think it's actually very easy to do that. But I don't know, again, we'll see. But it would probably be more than 1. Alright, I don't want this. We're falling into the same pitfall with that one. It's also unnecessary. I think Nissa is also kind of a little weird. It is just a little weird. I just like this because it's very annoying. It can be, same with Jet Collector, it's kind of the same idea. A card that, if your opponent doesn't deal with it, becomes incredibly annoying. And, could just slowly run away with it. And it doesn't even have an ultimate, I mean. Doesn't even have an ultimate. I still need to take cards out. Still need to take cards out. So there's a lot of Scurry Oaks already, and this one costs 3. Could just be enough of a reason to move on from that one. But, I don't know. I'd like to maybe put it in play once before I don't do that. You can adapt a single time, right? Correct. You can adapt one time. Oh, we're getting Ancient Tomb? I thought it was just Gemstone Caverns. Maelstrom Pulse can go? Maybe. Might not need that kind of... Actually, I would probably take out Bitter Triumph first. I think the universal answer is just a little bit better. We don't really struggle with casting 3-mana cards in turn 2. Although you're probably not Maelstrom Pulsing on turn 2 most of the time, but still. I think Pulse is okay. Sometimes it saves you against Scute Swarm. That's not why I would run it, though. It's just a Vindicate. I don't know, Vindicate's pretty solid. Okay, it's not Vindicate. If it was Vindicate, it'd be a... Are they all mythics? Are all those fancy lands mythics? I mean, this is versatile, but it's less versatile. It's less versatile. It is an instant, though. It's unknown. Rip. Oh boy. Okay, Spring Heart doesn't have a lot of things. It has the typical Lotus Cobra's stupid stuff, but there's no Primeval Titan. Oh, there probably should be. Oh, why did I say that? Oh, there's so much landfall in here. There's so much landfall, I could probably run Hour of Parmesan as well. Oh boy. Wait, Hardened Bonds is better than Hardened Scales, so I can take Hardened Scales out? Why can't I just run both of them? It's not like they get in each other's way. You don't always have this one, like, why would I? This is just good. I mean, it's slow, but it doubles your opponent's... It doubles your triggers, essentially. So you just draw more cards when it dies. I think this is just fine. I think it's fine. I mean, like, this is one of those cards your opponent sees on turn 1, and they're like, oh, great. So, like, I think this is, like... If you're not going to play a Mana Dork, this is really good. Maybe it isn't, but I think there's enough that cares about it that it's good here. We're not Bristly Bill. We're not Bristly Bill. But, if I was gonna... I don't know. I don't know. It, like, doubles Genova triggers. Arguably not necessary. It's definitely not as good as Hardened Bonds. It's not even close. But I don't know if I'm putting it next in line to remove? I think I'll just remove some of the removal. Actually, Shield Your Zelix is probably shouldn't even have been in here, to be honest. Fatal Push is still, like, really, really hyper efficient, though. Still super efficient. But look, green doesn't have to worry about killing your opponent's creatures because you're just doing things faster. And you don't care anyways. I could just run Duress instead of Fatal Push. Hand Disruption. It just gets out of the way. I think Binding should always be in here, though. I think it's just solid. It is a landfall trigger as well. It does give Death Touch to an attacks. Doubling counters with Vorinclex? I think Hardened Scales is just a one-mana version of that. I don't know about Vorinclex. I don't know about that. And because we're landfall heavy, I don't want to go down on lands. I thought about that already. I mean, it depends. We'll see what happens, but... Yeah, if you have a game with Hardened Scales and something dies with Genova caring about it, Hardened Scales just drew you like a ton of mana, right? Or excuse me, a ton of cards. Like if Hardened Scales put, let's say, like 2 cards, 2 counters on something, and then it died as a mutant on your turn, Hardened Scales just drew you 2 cards, right? And that seems really easy, and that's just 2 cards. I imagine Hardened Scales will, on average, be better than Ancestral Recall, if we look at it that way. Obviously not every game, because you won't have everything you need every game. Courser of Crewfix. It doesn't let you play an extra land, so maybe it is a bit weird. It's also 3-drop. Yeah, maybe it's a bit unnecessary. I'd probably play Azusa first, and I don't think I would play Azusa. Yeah, okay, we don't need Courser. We don't need it. Playing a land off the top really isn't exciting, unless it's Oracle letting you do like 3 million. I don't really care to gain life. Tribute? Is that a 5-color card? Isn't it? Oh no, it's right here. Never mind. I was thinking of the, like, the 5-mana artifact that's like a suitcase or something. I don't know. Power 3 or greater, otherwise put 2 counters on it. Well, I guess now we want Nykthos. This applies to almost every creature in my deck. And if you just draw, I guess you just draw. Yeah, there's actually both sides of this are just fine. If you don't get your counters, you just draw cards anyways. Okay. Well, I like it more than Phyrexian Arena. Yeah, that's another one. That's solid. Yeah, well, I guess Nykthos is on the... Could probably take out 2 more swamps. 2 more swamps. 39 lands? I really think I should play 40. But let's focus on other cards here before I take a land out. Because we're doing what we're doing, Fatal Push, maybe just because I have cards I think are better. And that's really about it. Alright, so what's Dark Ritual doing now? Dark Ritual is always good because your commander exists. So I guess that's just that. Pillage the Bog is slow. This is slow. I don't necessarily ramp land-wise. I do play Minodorks, though. Maybe just too slow. It's not like this is bad. You would like Impulse. You'd like Anticipate. I wouldn't say this is bad. Although, to be fair, I don't know what exactly I'm looking for in any one game that would make me want to play that over... What's the one that you just... Demonic Consultation? We're sitting here talking about sack outlets all day. Pillars of the Bog could just be sort of both. In the demonic... What is it called? Demonic Intent. Right? It's like Pillars of the Bog, except I also get I get to draw a card. Or multiple, given my... this. Yawgmoth would be funny with a giant Scute Swarm. Dig Up? Oh yeah, Dig Up is kind of slow, isn't it? It's also not really necessary. You could do the Collect Evidence card. Or, what's the 1 mana ramp spell? It's the 1 mana ramp spell. Traverse Valley. This is another card I'm surprised I don't see more people play. Just seems like really good. I don't really care to proliferate, so I mean, yeah, I don't want to proliferate. I'd probably play Staff of Completion way before I play Vraska. I'm not looking to proliferate. Could maybe just play Evolution Stage, but again, not really looking to proliferate. Not really interested, no. No. Does this do anything without graveyard creatures? One or more counters are put on this. Put a counter in exile. Whenever one or more counters are put on this. Maybe I don't need this. Oh yeah, Staff of Completion sacrifices. I forgot it has that text on it. That's funny. Maybe, man, I don't know. Agatha's Soul Cauldron is another one, right? Could maybe be really gross. Could also maybe not be very gross at all. Whenever one or more counters are put... I've been staring off into space. I haven't actually really read those. So you can't keep it, but if you just poke this with counters, you can reanimate spam. However, we don't have a bunch of reanimate effect, removal, so it could be a little difficult to actually reanimate my creatures from the opponent's side when I'm not really killing them. And I don't mill myself. So, reanimating my own creatures is still just fine. This is definitely a bit slow, though, and you can only adapt once. It's not like Scavenging Ooze. It's also black, which we're not, like, super heavy into. I think I have enough of this. And this is more situational than Scavenging Ooze is. It would be funny to steal something gross, though. But again, it's kind of hard to do that. It's a little hard to do that. It has to have a target. I think we have enough of this that I don't need this one. I think I have enough of what that card's doing. Like, there's only room for 100 cards. Like, there's more than 100 cards that are good here. We have a good problem. It's a good problem to have, so... yeah, you can adapt anyways, but... I think just Ooze is fine for now. And again, it is black. You would take out Molt Tender? You're out of your mind. That's comments like that as I get timed out in this chat. That is cool. When do you solve? Beginning of your end step? Okay. It would be really nice to get the bottom part going. Yeah, this is alright. This is actually cool as well, because the skeleton dying is something you want, and you could make it a mutant. It doesn't replace skeleton, right? Because that would destroy the card. Okay, it does not replace that. This could be assemble the team instead, actually. Okay, this one's interesting. I mean, it's a card you don't really get to play that much, so. Who doesn't like more interesting cards? I don't know about the black case, though. Alright, so we make a skeleton, we put counters on it, ideally, swing with it. If they're not killing the skeleton, they're taking ever-increasing damage from the skeleton. When they kill the skeleton, it is a mutant, assuming it died on my turn. And if not, well, I still get a demonic tutor. Everything it's doing is okay. Jadar's zombies? Those exile, don't they? Decay is exile. Unless it isn't. Yeah, I could just not run Diabolic. No, I'm going to keep Diabolic Intent for now. Decay is Sacrifice? Okay, yeah. That's actually a good card, though. I don't know why I didn't just look it up myself. Yeah. Yeah, you could just put the counter on the zombie and then just have, like, that. I mean, yeah, isn't that just 3 cards a turn? I mean, that's just so gross. It's 3 cards a turn with, like, no setup. You just play Jadar. Well, and your commander, obviously. Huh. Okay. Yeah, alright, so we're back to the I don't need tutors because I have so much card draw that maybe case is just irrelevant. I just have, like, the card. I don't need tutors. Maybe to the point where I don't even need assemble the team. Which is kind of crazy to say. It's not like this is ever a bad card. It is, by all accounts, basically Demonic Tutor. Like, it really just is Demonic Tutor. 99% of the time. Sometimes it actually is better than Demonic Tutor because someone is going for a specific line, but they don't find this, the card they're looking for, with this, and have to go for something else. And then the card they went for instead was actually better, but they might not have known that at the time. Like, sometimes this is better for a very random and odd reason. That's funny. Yeah, the new sagas are interesting because they just, you know, commit Sudoku. Yeah, maybe we don't need tutors. There's just so much going on that pertains to this. Unfortunately, that does make it closer to VV, which means when it's dead, you're just, like, not playing Magic. But that's okay. That's just fine. Fine, just fine. I don't know about Bloodghast. It's okay. It's okay. It's alright. It's not bad. There's well over 100 cards. Well over 100 cards. That's true. It depends what It depends what we like. Match up against all the time. Well, Bloodghast is not reliably going to have haste. It can't block, which doesn't matter because it has to die on my turn anyways. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a little 2-1. Eh. It's not really exciting. Also can be a little bit difficult to actually cast or put in my graveyard double black. Could be kind of annoying. It would be the only double black card in the deck. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, no explore anymore. I'm over explore. Maybe no Terra Sunder. I think I still like Binding more than Terra Sunder, so. Alright. It's been an hour. We're playing the game. Playing the game. I'm getting a steady drip feed of cards recommended. I have to play 100 cards. We're taking out good cards for other good cards. So, fortunately, that's a good problem to have, but I gotta play the game. So, we're here with Genova, Ancient Calamity, 4-mana 1/5. It's an alien. Yes. A black-green alien, to be specific. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a counter equal to this thing's power on another creature, not itself, and then that creature becomes a mutant. And then whenever a mutant dies on your turn, not your opponent's turn, you draw equal to its power. So, there are really interesting cards like Jadar, the Decayed Zombie, will die on your turn. Ideally, at the very least, draw 3 cards. You can increase Genova's power to be, like, really scary, but that requires you play cards that increase Genova's power, which is relying even more on your commander. And if your commander has, like, I don't know, let's say it's like a 10-10, well, something within reason. Let's say it's a 4-5, a 4-9, or 4-8. Then, like, yeah, you're running away with the game like crazy, but I think if you just don't do that, and you just kind of sprinkle counters around, you're going to drown your opponent in cards, and you don't really care if the creature that died was a 5/5 or an 8/8, because you're still drawing 5. So you don't really need to make Genova, in my opinion, really big. It doesn't really need help to get out of control. With that being said, things like Hardened Scales sort of skip the putting counters on this idea, and it just sort of gives you more triggers and all that jazz. So I have a ton of landfall stuff in here. Basically all of the landfall. All the Hardened Scales effects. Or most of them. Cards like Brood Scale, you can keep targeting it to make an Eldrazi token, which makes mana, and then this keeps getting large. This, you either drew a card, or you just made your creatures show up with 1/1 counters already. Now, those creatures have to be targeted regardless, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, it's not just creatures with 1/1 counters are mutants, this has to actually target it. So this, you know. But yeah, there's a idea, I guess, I keep seeing and hearing about sack outlets. So your stuff dies on your turn, but you have to, you know, kill your opponent. And sacking your creatures over and over just to draw cards doesn't kill your opponent. It does drown them in cards, and then they might die anyways. But I want to swing. My opponent. It's up to my opponent to kill my stuff. And if they have to only kill it on their turn, you'll take that. So if I need sack outlets, they'll come in. But currently I don't think that's really high up there for me. There's annoying cards like this. If it's left alone, you're just recurring your stuff. And that's, well, just annoying. Same with Jet Collector. I thought Jet Collector could only do the bottom part once, but it's only the box you get once, and then it just keeps doing it until your opponent kills it. And that seems really annoying. Recurring creatures is annoying, even with finality counters. Like, alright, do you have to deal with it twice? Never really upset with that. As you can see, it's super heavy into green. Very heavy. There are well over 150 cards that are reasonable. This is just what I landed on. I mean, I could have genuinely spent another 30 to 40 minutes, and who knows, I might actually end up doing that later, figuring out the, you know, the most ideal of the 100 cards. But for now, these are the 100 cards, so let's see what happens. Let us play the game. Take out lands? No. You can't make me. You can't... Oh, you can't make me. Oh. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Ba-da-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum. Alright, Hyrule. You can go make your own deck and play your cards and feel happy. I'm sorry I disappointed you, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. Oh, it's Phoenix. I have not seen Phoenix ever. That is insane. Unfortunately, I have Reanimate. This is the mill one, right? Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. I also have the uncounterable... Oh, I gotta turn my air conditioner off. Shoot, I forgot. I'd like to do that. Good thing I remember. So is it super fixated in milling me? I'm gonna just put this in play. And I'm not gonna flare. Well, that's exactly why, Twiz. You literally answered the question. Because it sounds horrible. There you go, buddy. You did it. You did it. Yep. Can only play 2 lands. I think I'm keeping this around. So, Innkeeper's Talent is fine. Yeah, that's fine. I really don't want to cast Flare. So next turn I can cast my Commander. And then, for the most part, probably easily... Oh, wait, I didn't see. Did they mill something? I didn't even look. I could have just probably won the game if they milled something really stupid. But they didn't. I've never seen this card played. Suppose it makes sense. I don't expect any weird nonsense. Naming alien with Cavernous Souls is like the most ridiculous thing, I swear. So do that. We'll just play the talent. And we can flare. Should we flare? Totally. I'm kind of hoping they mill me here for some significant amount. Okay, they didn't just go right into doing that, which is what I was kind of hoping for. Let's play this. Wait, we can do both, actually. Hold on. We can do both. With Reanimate, I'm not super concerned about stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot this would trigger. Oh, Nissa, you're so dumb. Why do you exist? Why do you do things? Can I level this up? Yep. Alright, so let's put a counter here. And here. So the druid is a... There's no attack. The druid is a mutant. This is still an elf. Is there a combo, or are they just, Well, I suffer, so you can have better audio quality, Twiz. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have central cooling. I don't have science. Can't afford these things. Is there a combo here? This is indestructible. I'm sure there's a combo in this deck. I feel like there might be close to being one. What does that do? Okay. Sylvan Safekeeper. Suppose we could just lead with that. And then I can level this up. I can play this. Alright. Well, I have just a board of things that doesn't have to, like, it's not worried about much here. Okay, they're taking 20 damage here. I don't think I have to reanimate anything, because my opponent sort of has to do something about the board. Or one-shot me with Mill, which would be rather impressive. Flash Defender. Okay. They didn't use it to block. They could have done that. It would have died, but they could have done that there. Anything to reanimate that's good, that like wins? No, we just pass. There's just no reason to cast those. Opponent has to either kill me here or sweep the board or something. If they mill me twice, it'd be 30 minus 4. Okay. Draw, discard. This is Sphinx's tutelage, right? It's the same text. No, Sphinx's tutelage is the other one. Okay. They're close to actually pulling it off, which is funny. They're close. Let's do this. Alright, yeah. I mean, they're close, but not close enough. And this is a good example as why sacking my creatures and drawing 12 is great, but my opponent has to kill my creatures to stay in the game. I'm like too large. I actually would not want to sacrifice this because I want to swing with it. Yeah, it looks like the Sylvan Safekeeper didn't do anything. This is kind of neat though. I've never played against that. I instantly knew what it was too. I had this in my Sliver deck on paper for reasons. Alright, that's cool. I couldn't even have told you that was in the game. Hopefully we get matchups like that all the time. I don't have to win them all, but it's just not VV. Alright, well, it's the Exile deck. It's probably just the worst matchup ever. That's unfortunate. I don't think Provisioner is going to do it on its own. Actually, this hand doesn't really... that hand doesn't keep up with the colorless deck, which is funny to say. It doesn't keep up. So boom boom. Sundering Titan. That is nuts. That is nuts. Alright. Sylvan Safekeeper can genuinely win the game. But it has to do that. But there's a line that wins here, I think, through Exile spam. I don't know if there's any card in the game they could play here that ruins Mossborn Hydra. That isn't it. This looks like the... Yep, this is the Herp Derp version. That's all it is. Alright, so we play this. Okay, wait. We play... I want this in play, so... There... I was just quadruple checking I could do all of that. And they're basically dead next turn. Ujin does not save them. As far as I'm to understand this. Maybe 2 or 3 spells does? But you have to have 2 or 3 spells, which is like insane. But I think Sylvan Safekeeper, which they probably should have targeted first, is going to get us there. Okay, they didn't have a castable spell. Are they just dead? Oh man, we just wrecked this player. Nice. Love to see it. Nice. Yep. Oh yes, Sylvan Safekeeper. Yes! Look at it. Look at it get there. Awesome. Man, look at all those sack outlets we played so far that would have mattered. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Look at all of our sack outlets. Look at them go. I didn't even look at my quests. Well, that works out. Works out as good as it does. Could still think about Emergent Sequence. That's kind of on my mind as a potential card. Alright, our matchups have been all over the place. Now it's Ketramos. We have got like the entire like spectrum. No one drop. Really? I feel like this is a really bad matchup for me. That's fascinating. We scared a Ketramos player. That's insane. Alright. We only had Sylvan Safekeeper in one game. What do you mean? We've only had it in one game. It didn't do anything at all in the blue-black one. Against the blue-black one. Oh, there it is. There it is. We had our fun. We had our fun. Okay. I do have a forest. I shall play the forest. Green. Well, I have that. That is what I have. DRC, that's not normal. Oh, look, they have a Mox. Wow. Ooh. Nothing is exciting here. Here, there. Here. I suppose this, because I haven't played it before. It's okay. It's kind of awkward, though. That would have been kind of an insane attack to me. This is a 1-2, so hardened scales, traveling spaghetti monster. It's a may? You may create a token? Huh. Interesting. This is Lightning Bolt? I feel like it might have to be Lightning Bolt. We'll see. This is a... no, it's an instant. I mean, they had a Mox. It was either that or Subtlety. They didn't cast Subtlety, so it was... they had a Mox. Yeah, talking about looking forward to things. I look forward to the game where Vivi doesn't have its Mox. Alright, we beat it, though. Okay. They didn't upkeep survey... I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Utopia Sprawls, what happened? Let's be honest. That's just what happened in that game. Utopia Sprawls, what happened? Alright, I've played against this player a whole lot throughout my streaming Historic Brawl life. Oh. Well, there's no one drop. This doesn't seem realistic. These are colorless. I don't think that matters, does it? No, it really doesn't. Can rely on Snakeskin Veil? Going to 6 seems ridiculous. Well, I don't know. We have draw steps. It is what it is. There are draw steps to be had. But yeah, this is definitely an absolutely atrocious matchup. Bloop. I haven't seen Ujin players in kind of a while. I also, to be fair, I kind of actually need a land. To be fair. Okay, I didn't draw a land. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, no. I'm not going to 6 against Ujin, and I just... no. It's... it's not working out. It's not gonna happen. Just got totally thrashed there. Turn 0 loss. Such is life. Okay. Ooh, boy. There's no skip your land drop, reanimate hand here. Bill on 2 is weird. No interaction with that. If that happens there, boom. It could be a serious problem. Okay, this is worth it, maybe. This is close. It would be a lot easier if I was on the play with this hand. Okay, they did not lead with the, like, game-ending threat. So, good news there. could have carried us, but would it have carried us? That's the real question. Oh, this... Oh, that always happens this land. I'm dropping into why. At least this one is not like... I don't feel bad about that one too much. Could hold on to the fetch land to just play Cultivate. I don't know if I need to make Bristly Bill larger, although I could just simply do it for the sake of it, so I don't, like, just get thrown, you know, a bunch of stuff vomited in the way and I can't swing anyways, so. But this is problematic so far. But, I mean, I'm on the draw with no one-drop. Right? We're playing a turn 4 format. I could just get a swamp. It's fine. I think I actually had to get a swamp, so it had to have been fine. Alright, well, please have literally no interaction. That would be great. Because I kind of lose if you have any interaction. I don't think I can recover. I can, like, reanimate and Genova, and then I'm not sure what after that. Pelt Collector. Oh, wow. We could play Pelt Collector, right? Yeah, that's a pretty neat one. Again, it's one of the 185 cards we could play, so... But that's a pretty interesting one. I still really do like Snakeskin Veil as, like, just this thing in here. Maybe it could just be that. This is actually... I didn't think of that. I looked at evolve cards. I didn't look at the one that evolves without saying it evolves. I'm still getting completely destroyed, but... I don't know. Remove 2 counters, destroy target... Yeah, so they have a naturalized spam, but I probably have to kill Titus. Okay, now there's really no reason to kill Titus. I thought they missed their land drop. They did not miss... Maybe they were going to miss their land drop, they just drew it. Did they mill a good card for me? No. Yeah, the fact they can ignore my stuff is just really not great. Really not great. Alright, I think I have to kill Titus. To be honest, the naturalized doesn't even look that great here on the bright side. Should I swing? No, I can't swing. What am I talking about? Yeah, I think we're just kind of not doing anything here. I drew all, like, the goofy instants and sorceries that don't do too well without support. And Snakeskin Veil hasn't done anything, so... Yeah, alright, we're just doomed here. We're just doomed. That's too much. Again, yeah, I was on the draw. I was on the draw and I had no 1-mana card. That would have even been worse, too, if they had, like, Llanowar Elves or Delighted Halfling on turn 1. We would have died even faster. It would have just been faster. Pelt Collector, right. Let's think about that one. Let's think about that one. I kind of want to play it. Because I haven't played that card in, like, since probably Standard. Shoot. Do I own it? Surely. Yeah, of course. Of course I own it. That was, like, before Historic Brawl was in the game. I think I'll take out Snakeskin Veil. I don't know. I mean, I do like it. The Thoughtseize without the Duress and the other discard spells, that's kind of weird. I don't really like just a single discard spell. It is black, which is the color we're not trying to play turn 1. Really, ever. No, we could have made a show of it. Yeah, we'll take Thoughtseize out. We could have made a show of it. We just didn't draw many impactful cards. Bristly Bill did do something, you know. We could have had it back and forth. They just ran away with it so quickly, and we stumbled. I wonder if they're even playing Mana Dorks. Probably, right? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's not like they're bad. You just play them. They're actually just better than all of the counter enablers you can play in turn 1. Because of course they are. Another Dark Ritual. This thing is taunting me. That's alright. This is a fine hand. Yeah, this is fine, just fine. Fine, just fine. Running board wipes. I don't think I want that. Don't think I want sweepers. I mean, I guess I can see the logic, but I don't know about that. Do we have a fetch land? Okay, no fetch land. That means the Deathrite looking pretty sad. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So always doing this, that, and then play this on green, because again I don't need more green really. Okay, this is stuff. I did things. My opponent has priority now that because I put something in the graveyard. They did not eat this. They could have just done that. Could have just done that. Alright. All of these are decent. I can play, well, all of them, I suppose. Another land is unnecessary. Oh, no. I should have kept that. Should have kept the land. Deathrite Shaman exists. There's no reason to give my opponent that opportunity. There's no reason. Well, that was fast. Might actually reassess some of the 4-drops in here. Yeah, see, this is my... Of all the things I've done, I've now proceeded to make a significant mistake through it all. But maybe there's something to be done still? Does this gain life? Nope. So I just lost the game. Alright, look at that. All the awesome things I did didn't matter because I accidentally milled a land and put it in my graveyard for the Deathrite Shaman, which apparently mattered. Whenever you create or sacrifice a token, each opponent loses 1 life. Create or sacrifice. Alright, yeah, we're dead. Alright, yeah. That's not good. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Had it all. Opponent had it all. Had all 15 cards that go with their combo. Excellent. All because I milled a land. Why not? I love how I vocalized the mistake, too. I bet you if I didn't say anything, my opponent wouldn't have had it. But, of course. Alright, I'm gonna take out Binding. Nissa is good, but it's happening at a point in the game I'm not, like, terribly finding myself being in. So that can come out. Zauberstein with the prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Sounds German. Danke schön. Well, if I'm adding that, I have to add a lot of it, and I don't really want to quite yet. We're actually not really getting to Mythweaver Pock either. Yeah, to the surprise of no one, your things that cost more than 4 are not showing up in most of your games. Could run Grief, actually. No, I can't really cast Grief. No. It's not. It's like very inconsistent. Isn't Soul Trader 4 mana? Yeah, I think I'm going to try without Mythweaver Pock. Okay, there's a chance we get a pile of interaction here. Just some efficient removal. What else is, still kind of like the Scurry Oak. It was nice the game I had. It wasn't amazing, but it was nice. It's 3? I thought it was 4. Alright, yep, you're right then. Never mind. We made no mistakes. Literally played perfectly. Still like the Siege. Yeah, Siege is fine. What about this thing? The colorless mana, unfortunately, is not super useful. But I think there's still just value in this card, just doing stuff. It's a really not exciting 2-drop. Like, as your turn 2 play, it's like... really not exciting. Okay, I have enough things that do what this does that I don't think I want that one. I don't really care about the... It's just so, like, not threatening. Same, honestly, it's kind of the same with this. Making 1/1s I don't interact with too well is not very exciting. And I don't want to lose it. But it's... Yeah. I'd rather just have more... I think we want a pile of removal spells. And they can be these. Could add another swamp to accommodate this. Although we haven't really struggled at all getting the first black source, and you really only need 1. Yeah, I want a pile of removal. Stuff like Farseek is fine too, I guess. I've been a fan of Go for the Throat. Kills most things. I mean, honestly, kills basically everything. Goat for the Throat. Doesn't kill Wolfstrider token. Goat for the Throat. Kami of Whispered Spaghetti. This is the doubling. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, why not? Okay, yeah, that's... It's like the 2P... It's like Scurry Oak and the Lizard Eldrazi thing I took out combined and doing, like, the best part of each of them. So I guess that one's fine. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see here. I could take out Overlord for another removal spell. So, that would be nice. It's big colored mana, too. I think I'm going to play without Chrome Mox just for the sake of playing another removal spell. I think Chromox is perfectly fine, but I just want another removal spell. Could even run Malakir Rebirth, honestly. I probably should have been running... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, Snakeskin Veil could probably just be Malakir Rebirth because it's a land. And again, the first black source is not an actual issue. We're not having an issue with that, so... Come back wrong. Let's do that one. Alright. Pile of 2-mana removal spells. Who doesn't hate it? What about Glissa the Traitor? Doesn't really need to synergize at all, just needs to swing. Just needs to swing! What about Yargle? Yargle and Thalia. Well, this is a great hand, but it actually isn't. Okay. Hey! Look at that, back in it. Look at that, we're back. I guess this and that. Oh, sure. All right. Okay. We have 2 cards in the graveyard. You need 4, right? I cannot get to 4. Oh, where were you? Where were you? This is a 6/6, right? Oh. So play this, or play Gitrog and irk out a trade. Currently, this is just better, so I will do this. Commander's not... Ooh, don't sell anything else, just swing. But I don't think they're going to block. And we take that. Not the best, but could be worse. Because I feel like casting my commander is just, like, really ugly. They had Bajuka Bog anyways. Alright. Sure. I'm gonna just Fatal Push this, because there's not really anything else to Fatal Push, so... Wait, why can I not? Oh, you have to do it first. There's not really much, so I'm gonna wind up Fatal Pushing. Okay, I think I want to kill my opponent's commander. Even though they can just recast it. I think this would probably be ideal. Mutating Deathrite Shaman's kind of lame, but, well, that's all I've got, so... Next turn is solid. Unless it isn't. You know what I could have done is killed it... Oh, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, you can't respond to the trigger. Okay, never mind. Because you can just decide not to. They named horror, that's funny. Don't think we're cycling this. Okay, well, everything is pretty not great right now. But maybe that'll change with time. This is a sorcery, right? Yep. They got rid of Cavernous Souls. There is no reason not to, right? Yeah, okay. There's no card in black and green that... Well, I could have Key to the Archive. If I have Key to the Archive and generate, like, a counterspell, that's really deep, but it could happen. Just thinking why we're not sacking a forest. Maybe sacking a forest is just free enough to keep the cavern around, honestly. It's such a small thing. Though there is Winter Moon, which would be maybe more likely. Oh, the good old... Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was a... looks like a Casualties of Wort first, maybe. I can get another swamp. I'll need more green. I guess that doesn't really matter. I could actually draw, but this is drawing all the same in just a slightly different way. Yeah, it's maybe better, who knows. As long as it didn't just take... Oh, yeah, there's no reason to take it. Not really the most exciting chunk of cards there, honestly. Here for treasures and or anything else. Gaining 2 life could actually matter. I don't know if putting a counter on this matters. I really don't think it does. I'm just not going to do that. And play this because it blocks. And Hardened Scales does not block. I think a treasure is fine. Mana has a value here. Oh, I guess I was doing all 3. Look at that. Who needs to think? Who needs to think? I did not draw a removal spell, but I don't know. I still drew... I think the Gitrog monster has drawn about as much as I have. So... pseudo-parody. Any reason to make a move? No, I can't stop. I cannot stop both fetch lands. Actually, I can't really stop anything like that. Suppose I still should... I mean, there's no reason. Yeah, they have 2 of them. It doesn't matter. I guess I'll take that out. It doesn't really matter, though. They have another one. Actually, they have, like, more than 2. Alright, Shieldred just kills me now. I can't draw any cards with my commander. I just lose the game. And I can't kill Shieldred, so I guess I lose the game. Unless I have some out-of-nowhere lethal attack, which I currently do not. Oh, they didn't swing. That's interesting. I feel like it was free. We draw literally nothing. Sounds about right. Am I dead? I am dead. I cannot draw a bunch of cards. It happens all at once. So there's nothing. Whatever. I'll just swing. Go out. We'll go out in a blaze of glory, I guess. Could have Alpha Striked, but it's so clearly not lethal. I'm not going to make my opponent mess up in some weird way. It's clearly not lethal. There's no card I can gain life in response. I can go up to 11, which is not 12. Or ideally 13, so yeah, we're just dead. Alright, I can't even see these cards and have them matter, so... Okay. It was only a matter of time before one of us drew something like that. And it just wasn't me. If we had Shieldred, we would die. It wouldn't save us if we had our own. Because our active players' stuff goes on the stack first, so our Shieldred is buried under our opponent's Shieldred. And their triggers kill us. They had some pretty interesting removal spells. They're kind of doing the same thing I was doing. Except they're playing Gitrog Monster, which requires way less to do the thing. Sure. Oh no. Oh, this is always Delighted Halfling. Oh, Wakami's fine too. No, you just take this though. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Bruh. You get another person LARPing. They're LARPing. Oh, they didn't take it. Alright, so there must be a removal spell? What does that mean? What does that mean? What's going on here? They were not LARPing. Crazy. Wow, that's insane. You just let me have it, huh? That's crazy. I respect it, I suppose. Well, there you go, yep. I guess I gotta respect it. Let's play that. And is there any reason to leave up Fatal Push? Of course there is. You think Shieldred's better than Gitrog? Yeah, maybe. I think the Gitrog has a surprise factor because it has haste, and there's some value there. But Shieldred is nice too. Shieldred doesn't just do stuff on its own, though. I do kind of have to do stuff with it. They literally played this in the face of a Fatal Push. That is crazy. I think, given what happened this game, my opponent probably did want to take Delighted Halfling, because now I get to play this and cast Fatal Push. I think they really did want to take Delighted Halfling. Again, I don't know what else is going on in the hand, but they did think about that for a while. Just kind of surprised. But alright, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Also, this is a Mana Rock enjoyer. Kuja player. They named Wizard, right? Okay. We've seen a lot of Cavern Souls today. Good thing we're not Vivi. Killing my commander is not the most productive thing. So I guess I'd hope it's the only thing they have for the turn. This is red? Yeah, it's red. Alright, looks like that is the case. We're very happy to see that exchange. It actually could... Okay, we didn't get anything crazy. Well, I mean, we kind of did. Just a land would have been nice as well, though. But this is sort of must-answer level nonsense. It's teetering on the edge of it. It's not quite the same as just recasting this. Hey, it's Dark Confidant. Nice. Oh yeah, it's a wizard. Never mind. Never mind. This takes the... nothing? Oh no, it takes the 3 drops. Nothing. Okay, yeah. Yep. Alright. Things are looking good. So far, well over half the games we've played, I have been just completely right about sack outlets and not running them. So that worked out. That worked out. Oh, look at that. Look at that. They killed the mutant on their turn. Suplex? What? Why don't you just play Raid? Well, it exiles the One Ring. Okay. Yeah, it exiles the One Ring. That's what it does. They have to... yeah, I was going to say, they probably want to get rid of Dark Confidant. And we'll just do this here. I don't even want to kill the Overlord. I don't want to kill the Overlord. I don't want to kill the Overlord. I'm not going to kill the Overlord. Okay, I should have played in a different order. I just won't cast this. That's fine. Why would I... I mean, this is how I'm winning the game. It's in play. Drawing 8 is great, but I want to hit my opponent and kill them. They're in, like, the Abyss in jump block mode. What did they just exile? I didn't look. Fatal push? Okay. Hey, alright, yeah, look at that. I mean... They probably are going to concede if I did draw 8 cards, right? And then one of them is one I want with this, but I can just continue pressuring them and generating lands. So, like, it's kind of almost the same. Like, they have to deal with this. I give them the option to deal with it on their turn, but I can just start growing something else, and they're kind of back to square one. We won't draw 8, but again, even if you draw like 3 or 4, we're just pulling so far ahead. I don't think I'm sacking this here. Cool. Wow. Alright, what else can we change? What else can we change? This hasn't done anything. Triple green's a little annoying. Not that annoying, though. Not that annoying. It just hasn't done anything yet. When the things she puts counters on die on your turn, you draw that many cards equal to its power. More trample? Yeah, I think people playing Suplex probably also just play a Raid in the same deck. Instant speed is insanely valuable. Instant speed can be why you win against Vivi, let's say, for example, or lose. Same with Tifa. You think Tribute's a steep investment? I wouldn't call it steep. I think the payoff of the card's a little unexciting. It doesn't really ever draw on its own, but the counters are okay. We have Nick, though, so it definitely adds to devotion. But it could genuinely, because every time I've had it, it hasn't mattered. It could just be better as a removal spell, because the 2-mana interaction has been very useful. And I guess the 1-mana interaction. So it could just be another one of those, because again, I don't need more Commander Matters cards. In fact, we probably have too many, because our Commander Mattering is about 50-50 right now. Which is a good thing, right? We're not reliant on our Commander. And it's just this like sort of top-end thing that happens sometimes. So this is working out. But yeah, we're not going to see the Commander like that much. Like every game, I mean. Feed is fine. What set is this? I recognize the set symbol. This is really... That's kind of really out there, isn't it? What's the set code for that? FLC? FIC? It's not this. Why do I not recognize this right now? Is it not down in this list? Because of course it isn't. It's FIC. Is this the set? Whoop. The set where I only looked at the commanders? Oh, can you just type S? You don't have to put ET? Oh, cool. For fake looking cards? What do you mean? Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Bro, I didn't even know these existed. Okay, I think there's a problem here. And this is the second or third time it's come up. I have not seen any of these cards, like, or the, you know, the version, let's say if they have a version that's normally played, like this. I've never seen a Final Fantasy Commander card at play. It's like nobody knows they exist. Because you can't find it here. Like, what? I've never seen this. It's got to, they need to make it easier for you to sift through the sets that are not in the filter. They got to make it... why? I didn't even know this was in the game. No one's ever played it against me. And you wouldn't know, if you already had it, you wouldn't know it exists, because you're always going to play the one reanimate that you already have, right? So, like... This keeps happening, though. It's every time a Commander set comes out, the only way to, like, look at it is know the set code. And go out of your way to do it. It's kind of... Like, I didn't know this existed. I didn't know this existed. You can still find them with your not collected thing. Oh, so they turned Path and Swords into uncommons. Interesting. Didn't know it existed. Oh, Harmonized. It's not a rare anymore. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's cool. It's great. You just There's no way to know. There's no way to know that they're in the game. Oh, Exsanguinate. Oh, I love this card. More in multiplayer, probably. But we do have Nykthos. You only need 2 black, and you could just Devotion green and just... This is actually just Banefire on steroids sometimes. Well, with, you know, multiple opponents. Alright, back to this card. I don't know if I want this. I don't know. This is a little out there, and I mean, if we care about trample, I think we're in a stage where our creatures are so big, I'm not worried about it. So, it's like, again, another thing my opponent has to worry about is just a giant creature. It having trample, I don't think we need trample. There has been no game where our giant creature having trample would have changed anything yet. To get, like, examples, I guess. Looks like nobody in chat knew they existed either. Alright. Why did we even show up here? What did we do? Did we add a removal spell? Yeah, we did. We added Feed the Cycle just now, right? Defiler is green permanence, right? Green permanence. When we cast a green permanent, put a counter. I mean, this is so solid when it happens, right? Yeah. For sure. Could easily put another removal spell in here. The 1/1... I mean, we're almost to the point where I've been convinced Hardened Scales could come out for something better. Because we're not exactly needing help with the counter idea. But I would probably just sooner take out a different card for the sake of theme. I have a bunch of different options. Yeah, I only look at the sets during Commander era. So like when I'm making a deck for YouTube, I'll know the commanders from FIC, but I won't know the cards from FIC. Just the commander cards. The alchemy scale? Well, of course it's better. Yeah. I never said this wasn't better. This is just better 6 ways to the Sunway. This is like Skewed Swarm? Okay, a lot of games maybe haven't actually gotten to 6 lands, and I don't really like Skewed Swarm at all before 6 lands. Suppose a lot of games haven't gotten there. And even when you do, it's not like you're putting counters on all of your Skewed Swarms, unless you have Defiler. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a landfall trap. I got keyword trapped. You type in a keyword and you add all the cards. I always make fun of people for doing that, so maybe we did it here. This is not POC. It's not a POC deck, so... They only got added last week. Okay, I didn't know that. Fair enough. Alright, yeah, maybe this isn't a Skewed Swarm. It's not a POC deck, so probably not a Skewed Swarm deck. I can see how a lot of games it's a 3-mana do nothing. The games are usually decided by the time I have an army of them. Which is a good thing. So... What's the dying thing? This thing. The black one. It doesn't care if it's a token. It's your upkeep, you just draw. So... I like that. That's not a removal spell. Yeah, with new cards in the shop and even the news, I struggle to pay attention. Like, I don't look at the new set until it's already on Arena for the most part. So I'm kind of going in blind. Not necessarily on purpose or for content. It's because I'm lazy and I'm not going to make the time to read all the cards. Like, I'm not part of the hyposphere. Like, I don't get into the hype of new cards coming out, really. I just... Oh, they're here. Cool. Let me look at them. 10 years ago, I was, like, super, super into everything, but not anymore. Why do we like Rakshasa so much? You talking about this one? Why do we like this? Because it has Decayed? It's like a 2-minute swing, 2-minute draw 6? Okay. Yeah. Again, I mean, it's... I like it more than the Moss Knight thing we didn't play. It does really want my commander to... Fine. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine enough for me. Oh no. I think YouTube broke. We've lost the YouTube stream. What else has Decayed that could be actually interesting? You don't need the... Like, it doesn't need to be a 10-10 or an 8-8, or it doesn't even need to be a 4-4. You're just drawing so many cards. It's fine to just... If it's 3 every time, you'd just be happy. But yeah, this is interesting. I like that. Okay. Why not? Why not? Hold on, I'm getting an error. Open Studio. Well, if we lost the YouTube crowd, so be it. I'm sure it'll pop back. If we did actually lose them. It says I lost them. We have been struggling with the 4 cards in the graveyard, but I'm still a fan of everything Jet Collector's doing. I still feel like my opponent kind of has to kill it if there's anything in my graveyard. So, why not? You got stuck buffering? Yeah, it looks like YouTube hung up on me for a bit. Which probably means it's not on my end, because Twitch is fine. YouTube did a little hiccup there. Twitch almost never hiccups. Especially since they removed the, like, massive pile of old data, I guess they were just stockpiling. I don't know if that would change anything. Probably not, but... You can download your Twitch VODs 4 times faster than you used to be able to. So much faster. It's so good. You don't have to sit there for like an hour waiting for your... Well, maybe not an hour, but, you know. If you're trying to download 4 hours of, like, anything above 1080p, you know, because I gotta download the VOD, Twitch has made it, like, full stop, actually 4 times faster. Alright, looks like YouTube's back. I'm gonna take a card out. I could take out Gitrog just because it costs 5. But I still like the surprise it can have. It just can genuinely surprise your opponent. And swing for sometimes more than 6, too, yeah. Sometimes more than 6. Gotta take a card out. Okay, I'm gonna take out Assemble the Team, because I'd rather just play stuff instead of, like, look for stuff to play. I don't think we're actually struggling with finding things to do. Is my idea. I initially had the Chocobo in here as just playing lands off the top, and it triggers, like, Bristly Bill twice. It triggered it. What else does it do? I can reassess. But we did take out Scute Swarm as well, actually. So there's less landfall, but things like Lotus Cobra. Lotus Cobra is still good with it. Your opponent doesn't see the card on the top either, which I'm kind of a fan of. I do like that. Knowing the top card is nice. But what do we actually... I did lose some of my stuff. So this is interesting. That is. Okay, literally all of these are good with it. And you get to play lands off the top. Assuming I read this right. Yeah. And it still plays lands without these. Yeah, no. So we lost Cute Swarm and what was the other one I took out? Oh, I took two of them out. No, it's still, I think. Still expected to see one on average per game. Slightly more than one of these in every game we play, on average. 1 out of every 9 cards is one of these. So... And it does something without one of those, which is play lands off the top. It's not quite as egregious as Collected Company, but I'll find any excuse to add another removal spell, actually. I think the Chocobo's okay, but I will make the excuse to add another removal spell, because I still actually do want more. Boop! There we go. But I think Chocobo's worth trying still. I don't think I could fault someone for keeping it in there with 10 landfall cards. If it didn't play lands off the top without one of those cards, I don't like it. But it still plays lands, and ideally, unlike the Dryad, they don't know what you put on top or have on top. Hey, we have the thing, look at that. Yay. You know, if they don't kill this, they're in a world of trouble. Okay, world of trouble unlocked. It's funny how Lenorel's Cultivate is just so gross. It's so gross. Oh, I mistapped. I mistapped. It's fair. That's fair. My opponent deserves something. I'll give him that. I did mistap though. I could have fatal pushed it. I don't think I have to fatal push it, but I could have. We'll be all right. Just get rid of a land here, right? I don't really need more mana. I can cast every card in my deck, so. And this just scries and mills, right? It doesn't draw. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I would have preferred to have fatal pushed this. Not gonna lie to you. But we'll be fine. Let's fatal push it now, or I could fatal push this. I think this alone is not really that scary. I'm gonna let myself swing for extra damage. Alright, so my opponent is poised to really kill this on their turn, which is a rather hefty investment, I would argue. When does this get picked up? Energy enters, mill a card. Oh, it doesn't get picked up. Okay. Oh, it's a Baleful Strix. Alright, well, it can't really block. Hey, look at that. Nice. It can't really block. I think this is big enough. I just want mana. We don't need this to be a 40-40 or something weird. They can also just kill my commander in response to a block, and then I don't get anything anyways. Alright, so do they have the removal spell? You have to have the removal spell. They don't. Alright, let's probably just game them. Unless there's something weird. Oh, Tail's End. Stifle? One of the two? They have to have something. Okay. I think it's just lights out then. I can sort of do whatever I want. They haven't conceded. I would have. Okay. This is fine. I'll leave up the Infernal Grasp. Oh, opponent, don't cast a removal spell now. Oh! I mean, it's not a removal spell, but... Yikes. Tragic. Alright, well, we got a free 11 cards this game. Surely we'll win now. We should not have drawn 11. I'm not going to kill this, by the way. Rather kill something else. They drew that for the turn. Lazov. Ooh, get some lasagna. Yeah, we'll kill Lazov. Assuming there's no mana trade or something. I don't like Lazov. Still could be a counter spell or something. Can't say I'm terribly concerned about that. My opponent's facing down tremendous pressure regardless, so... I can do well to maybe avoid losing to mana drain. I don't even know if mana drain matters at this point, actually. If there was a lethal in there, I didn't give myself nearly enough time to find it, but I think there was a lethal in there I missed. Didn't give myself time to think about it. Yeah, I could have tapped this for more counters. Okay, yeah, there was a lethal in there, for sure. Well, they drew a card off the Baleful Strix, but now they're just dead to the Deathrite Shaman. Yep. Could have eaten the Baleful Strix in response so they didn't reanimate it, but why? They actually are just dead to the Deathrite Shaman. Yeah, we drew 11 cards, and they lost. So, they had to Brazen Borrower first, so I didn't have this text box when the 11-11 died. That is to say, if they did do that, I think I'm still in a very comfortable and fine position. But they definitely made that kind of a mistake there, I would say. Drosshopper? Alright, no. I'm slowly leaning into... I'm digging my heels in deeper and deeper that we do not need them. Digging my heels deeper and deeper. This is a hand, it has cards. Oh, it's tapped. Dang it. I got excited. Kami, how come you don't do everything ever? Why do you stop short of doing everything in the game? How come you don't let the land be untapped? What's the best thing to do here? I think it's just the... Well, I have a bunch of options. I think the option I want is Constrictor. We'll just put that in play. Yeah, I like this. This line's ideal. Against the mono green deck, this is ideal. Unless it isn't. Okay, spooky. Spooky. Do I cast my commander? I think I do. It's, again, it's a mono green deck. We're kind of just chilling. This runs away with the game pretty quickly. I also don't have a land for this, and nothing's dying, and this is a bit slow. I could just play it next turn. Yeah, this is always right, for sure. No land, nothing's dying, and this is off curve. Also, they didn't... They just played that. Alright, that's the Kendra's transformation? Sort of. Alright, still no land, but we have other things we can do. And one of those things is swing for, what is that, 8? I would at least block with the 1/1 token. Could have played this, I guess, but then I wouldn't be playing... No, I'm always playing this. I think at this point we can also just make 3/2s. Gotta be careful, though. We'll make at least the first 3/2. At least the first one. Because we have a card draw engine already, I'm not going to play Spectacle. Oh wait, I can play Spectacle. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I'll make my commander the scariest thing, because if they have to kill it, I get it back later. I'll have to commit like 2 instances of dealing with my commander, which I'm sure they don't want to do. And we can safely make another 3/2. Although I don't know if the second one will ever see combat. I think the game will end before I make another 3/2 token. So it might not be worth it. I mean, it's mono green. It's mono green. It can do whatever it wants. My opponent is ready and willing to do whatever they like right now. And yes, trample in this exact instance would be really good. It would end the game on the spot. Which I have no doubt. Opponent moused over my lands. Could you imagine Lotus Field made your opponent sack lands instead of you? Wouldn't that be funny? It's like, oh, 3 lands? Oh, there's 3 lands over there. Or 2 lands, not 3. That's a spicy mana base, but okay. Opponent figured it out. Spelunking, doing its best. Doing the thing. Okay, now another 3/2 is irrelevant for different reasons. And we're not dead because this isn't Scute Swarm, I guess. Hey, alright, we have infinite mana. I don't know if that's going to matter. I can make another treasure token. I think. Yeah, now we spearhead it all on the trample card. Food token might be a good idea, as I don't need more treasures. And I can swing with you. There's no attack trigger, right? I'm not doing anything with this cat. Yeah, alright. Lumra's gonna grow out of control. And actually, trample would not have been very effective here. So, back to that being a wash. Oh look, it's that card. No way. Huh. Oh man, look at mono green. Oh boy. How exciting. Okay, well, when you have everything, I guess nothing matters, right? Yeah, when you have everything, nothing matters. You got it. We were doing everything we wanted to, too. And none of it mattered. I don't normally see Lumina in the command zone. I don't really see it. No, Trample wouldn't have done anything. Wouldn't have done it. My opponent was not going to die with Trample again. They were not going to die with Trample. We didn't get the next attack where they would have died. We did not get the next attack because they had all the stuff in play already. Flying, however, flying would have been great. Maybe we can play Cobbled Wings. Yeah, I said it after I passed the turn, and then my opponent played a bunch of stuff that would have made Trample irrelevant, having gone back to my turn. Nope. Well, there's nothing to do there. Stuff to do, not very fast. Is it too late for this? No? No, I guess not. Dang it. Oh wait, no, that's not a ramp spell, I don't care. For some reason in my head that was rampant growth. Okay, well, we've made a show of it, I guess. Okay, well, Deathrite Shaman is rather impactful, I will say. But not much else going on. Put that card into your graveyard? Okay. Opponent mills Warren Soul Trader. I can just exile that, so... Interesting. I don't imagine they block. Actually, they probably do block. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Let's find out together. Alright, they do. I suppose it's only getting worse. Yeah. Well, that's a really good card here. Let's tap you. Whoop, can't do that. Can't do that, can't do that. Okay, it doesn't matter then. No, it doesn't matter. And pass. We have the cards. They're in play. They're the ones we like to see with the graveyard deck as well. Okay, let's eat the thing my opponent just deliberately tried to do stuff with. I'll take out Zorn as well, I think. Oh, it lives! Oh. Oh, I didn't even notice. I didn't even... The digital platform just saving my creatures for me. I forgot it puts counters on it. I mean, it wasn't in my head when I did what I did. That's so funny. So yeah, okay. There's just totally schmeed it then. How big would we make it here? 1, 2, 2 more, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not quite dead. Not quite dead. That is so funny. Poor opponent. Poor opponent. You know what? No, not poor opponent. It's Slimefoot and Squee. Most of the time, they don't encounter any sort of graveyard interaction. So it's funny when, like, they couldn't kill the graveyard interaction. But I don't know really what was going on over there. There's some really spicy things were about to happen, I think. They were doing things I've never seen with Slimefoot. But unfortunately, we came very prepared. We had 2 Graveyard Hate cards in play. We were more than prepared. They had to deal with kind of both of them to do anything. Although Overlord sitting there could be a problem. Maybe. Not likely, though. Well, if this hand had a 1-drop in any of these other slots, any of these 7 could be a 1-drop, this hand would be great. But that's not the case. So. It is the case with this one. I don't like Bajuka Bog, so that is not in here to answer your question. And whatever Skeleton of Bones thing is also not in here. Doesn't actually matter, so we do this. This is not a partner, right? Yeah, whatever. Companion. Well, we haven't lost to Mana Drain yet. I guess we are kind of overdue for that. Do I even play this? Yeah, I don't care if they counter it, really. Unless it's Mana Drain, but they didn't Mana Drain the last 2 drops. Okay. This is fine. Now I can Cavern next turn. This does not die to cut down. Hey, a little too late for that to be impactful here. Hey, that's nice. It's a demon? Yeah, we're still gonna name Alien. These cards exist. Okay. I will put the counter on this to start, because it's damage right now. Could have put it on the Druid as well, but I don't really need mana for anything. I can just activate it if I want. Oh, there it is. Okay. Guess nothing I did mattered. My bad. Yeah, literally nothing matters. Hey, we have a mutant. Yay. Does this do anything? Exil's carving goes. Nope. Play this. Don't really know what this would be doing here, so I'm not going to cast it. And we're probably just dead. I don't really value making Decayed have a thing or whatever? Okay. I guess we didn't die. Let's play this and the Wombat. Do they have like Pact of Negation or something? Looks like they do have Pact of Negation. Oh shoot, I can't get the... Oh, I already played it, that's why. Let's pick up the... Oh, I can pick up Cavern. Cool. That's actually really funny. I can reset Cavern. That was not something I was thinking of. Don't even think I want my opponent's commander to, like, actually die. So I'm not sure I want to put a Decayed counter on it anyways. I cannot force a block here. So... Okay, I'm just gonna play this again. What? Where's my alien? And that green here. Right? There's no forced block. No. I'll die to a removal spell if I... Okay, attacking is just barely not worth it, so let's do this here. I'm gonna bank on them just doing Garuda. So no recasting of Garuda. What does this do when it swings? Draw 2, discard. Okay. Alright, well, it looks like the Decayed token was irrelevant. That's not really a surprise, but... Alright, come on, random flying in my deck. You know what to do. Your time to shine. Yeah. Alright, well, my Garuda player opponent fizzled very hard, but it didn't matter because Damnation River's Rebuke lost my board twice. Doesn't really matter what you do. Like at all. I could have triggered my commander twice. It wouldn't have done anything. I can't keep my resources in play and kill my opponent. There's just no way to keep my resources in play. That's the first time I've ever seen that avatar in play. Whatever that giant blue thing is, I don't know. Can't remember the name of it. All-Seeing Arbiter, yeah, that one. Not giving it... What do you mean? It can't target itself. What are you talking about? It's illegal. Literally illegal. So I don't really have a really... Yeah, I don't have a 2-mana play. So I guess we're just leading with that. Excuse me. I don't have a 1-mana play I care about. That's what I said in my head. And that's not what I said out loud. Do that. Oh, I guess I could have done that. I don't know what happens next, but yeah, I suppose. We're definitely making some tokens here. Hello, removal. How are you doing? Could be mana drain. there is not a realistic world to dodge mana drain. Well, maybe there is, actually. Yeah, okay. There's obviously some kind of 2-mana counterspell. Let's not lose a mana drain. We would actually just lose. So, let's maybe not. I'm gonna kill this now. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought about it. Alright, everything's kind of ugly. But, again, we can just continue to not lose to the card that shouldn't exist in the format by playing around it. And I will. I currently am ahead anyways, so I don't have to do any of those other things. Probably stop making treasure tokens. I can probably do another cycle of nonsense here. Yeah, that's fine. If I find a cheap spell, then we're maybe happy again. I'm just finding mono removal. That's really funny. Which works out if we're not casting cards. We're drawing the good cards given the situation. So we take that. Okay, so they had Dark Ritual. Let's discard the Defiler. It's not really doing anything here. Do I have the fetch land? I do have the surveil land still? Okay. Again, leaving up a double blue for the opponent. I can no... Okay, this is good, because that's something my opponent has to counter. Which, actually, in this spot, it really isn't even a good card, because I don't have any lands. But, at this point, they'll just cast it on anything. And who knows, maybe it's not mana drain, it could just be counterspell. Or, apparently, we force the issue. Now my opponent has to make a move. Okay, look at that. Worked out. Worked out. Although I didn't play Mossborn Hydra pre-combat, which would have, I suppose, been nice. And now it's dependent on them having a board wipe, I think. One would argue. That is not a board wipe. It doesn't block too well either. But it blocks well enough. Looks like it does. Okay, my opponent just has all the stuff in the world. You got it. They have all the legacy vintage level cards. Look at that. So I can reanimate Defiler? 1, 2... No, I cannot. We'll just cast that. And once per turn, so we should hold on to this for the next turn, I guess. Actually, that doesn't even matter. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Alright, they shocked themselves and committed Sudoku. Yep. I think there was full stop some kind of mana drain nonsense. My opponent exposed double blue the entire game, and we respected it, which means they're forced to leave up 2 blue mana the entire game. So they're playing with less mana because of mana drain. I think there were 2 turns where they could have done something else and didn't to leave it up, including Path of Exile. So, Path to Exile, whatever. PoE. They could have, yeah, so they had Swords, Path, and Mana Drain, and anywhere else, Elfish Mystic, Dark Ritual. My opponent just had all of them. Literally all of them. All of the busted crazy cards. Because why not? Once Upon a Time, too, yeah. but we could force them to float the mana the whole time, and then when we force them to actually interact, they take themselves off of mana drain, and then I can do something else. It gives your opponent some time, but you're ahead when I was ahead when we were already at that point. So nice. What else? This was probably wrong. I could have probably got rid of this, I think. I would say. If it was mana drain and it hit a 4, simply casting Ulalek is not lights out, but we don't know what these two cards are, and at the time this might have been a problem. But I don't know. I don't know the other two cards in your hand. If you can play around it, you should. That's the moral of the story. And it probably caused us to win that game. So. Everyone really wants me to put counters on my commander first. I don't know. I mean, it's like, oh, let me say build it up so later it's great, but I don't know. Like, it's good the next time. It's a slow, timeless deck, but it had both Mana Dorks, Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic. It had Dark Ritual, Mana Drain, Swords, and Path. I don't know if that constitutes slow at all. The only unique card we saw was Ugin. I don't think anything made me feel like that was a slow thing. They had like no Ulalek cards that mattered, or cards that cared about Ulalek, I should say. And they could have just won turn 3. Oh, that's true. That is true. That is true, yeah. It is slow because it didn't win turn 2. I'll give you that. Cannot debate that one. I don't know which one's better, so I'll go with the one that's doing something up front. We're gonna get just a forest. Okay, we're not gonna do the up front one. Yeah, we're just gonna get this one. That's fine. I don't think the order's super impactful. If it is, then rip everything, I guess. So here, it gets Menace, so they can't block. Not sure if they even would want to block, but they can't. Again, just a ton of interaction. Not really great against token decks, though. They also kill my stuff on their turn with the minus. Not ideal. Still does apply a ton of pressure, though, that they probably have to interact with. Looks like there's some kind of modal removal spell. I'm not sure what's going on. Best case scenario, they pass a turn, I guess. Yeah, that's not what they did. They just played the other Elspeth. It's probably better than this one. Great. I cannot kill it? Let's see. Menace. 2 counters, 3 counters. So cut down here. And then get a swamp. If I kill another one, yeah, I should very well just go ahead and do that. That's fine. I really need to kill Elspeth, so. And ideally they play the other one and just minus it. Enduring Innocence definitely outpaces me, though. For sure. Okay, we're declining to do that. We have other ideas. I don't know what those ideas are, but there's no reason for me to cast my commander, because there's no reason for my opponent to let me hit them. So, let's not get stuck in that. Alright, this could randomly win, but it has to go right, and it's not terribly likely. There's no reason to do anything else. It seemed, yeah, I mean, the fact that they didn't cast their commander is kind of painfully obvious that there's a card that matters there. Alright, I can't draw anything, so I won't bother. I don't really have a good answer to infinite 3/3s. I'm actually just kind of completely out of gas here. I can surprise them with this, but that doesn't get around the -3. Does not get around the -3. I feel like it's pretty obvious to just cast. There you go. And then, well, I don't know. I can still draw. I can still draw something. I don't know what it. I don't know what that bitter. That doesn't even. No and no. Ozolith. Maybe, with a flying bird, reality will let us get there. Okay, no, this is over. What are we talking about? It was over the moment they didn't cast their commander for a turn and had the better Elspeth than whatever they had in the command zone. That was over. The interaction I have is not really good against 1/1 tokens. And I had no... Yeah, I just didn't have a pile of interaction that mattered. Or it wasn't interacting in a meaningful way. Speaking of which... I feel like we've drawn too much removal. Let me make sure I have as much as I think I do. Feels like every game we have a... like. Okay, yeah, no, we have about as much as I think is okay. More and more games are mattering way before I'm getting to Defiler and Gitrog. Like, just the more I play, the less these matter. So I could just put in other creatures that are smaller. It's almost kind of true for Overlord as well, honestly. This could just be anything else. I think that's totally fine. I really do. At this point, we can probably just play the Goofy Trample card. Well, I guess it's apparently it's brand new. I mean, it's still not. I don't know. Why not? I'm not super excited about it, but it's not like it doesn't do anything, I guess. It'll work the first time we play it, and then it won't work again, because that's usually what happens with cards I play. First access, it's pretty nice, and then it's like... We could maybe be a Craterhoof deck, but I think we're going a little too tall, where it's maybe just not necessary. We are black, we can do like Final Parting, Reanimate, nonsense. What's that other card? When your opponent has creatures, you win the game? Defense of the Heart? Defense of the Heart, right? Yeah. When your opponent has creatures in play, you just win. I don't really need a bunch of cards to go with Defense of the Heart, I feel. Like, I don't need the giant, stupid package of, like, things. Because they're not good to draw, and I don't have a lot of recourse if they're stuck in my hand. I can't, like, Faithless Looting or anything. Kodama? What do you mean? Yeah, that's in here. Unless you mean Kodama's Reach, which we don't have. Which, who knows, I'm sure that's subject to change. Sure that is subject to change. I would love Kodama's Reach. I keep calling Kodama Kami. I keep calling this Kami. which is why I didn't instantly know what you were talking about. Okay, unfortunately this is probably not Rezug. Rezug enjoyers have to take a back seat here. Yeah, there's no Rezug enjoyment here. This is an interesting one. So what do we have for Blitz? What do we have for Blitz? That's just not how you spell Blitz, is it? Neither is that. Oh my goodness. Stop. No one look. Okay, I did it. Is there another one? This is 4 mana in 2 life. 2 life, yeah. But the 4 mana, that's not free. It's kind of the only one, though, huh? Yeah. I mean, they work, but it's kind of a steep mana investment. And the only one that really feels good is probably just this one. Right? For sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the only one. The other ones don't even really... Okay. I like this commander. I like this commander. There's definitely every game we've played that doesn't involve our commander, anything that cares about putting counters on or increasing the power of it's just not gonna matter. I think so far my assessment's been accurate. I'm dying on these hills. No sack cards. Don't worry about Genova getting larger. I'm still dying on that hill. Alright, this is still a powerful hand, and it can just top deck the nuts, so I'm going to keep it. It actually top decked the nuts. No way. No way. I played that one. Could have played this one, but then I wouldn't be able to surveil. Maybe that's too greedy. Maybe it doesn't matter, because we're doing this nonsense. Yeah, that's just... It's just stupid. I'm sorry, opponent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would also concede. At least it wasn't mana drain. I wonder if that's better than mana drain. Because if you don't win off the mana drain mana, you don't do it again. But if you Kami Flare turn 1, you always have that mana forever. It's just never going away. I don't know which one's better. Different colors. One of them does require 2 cards. The other does not require anything. Except the card to cast with mana drain. So I suppose it actually does require another card to use the mana for. Which is pretty easy. Speaking of mana drain, we have not gotten hit by one yet. We are overdue. We are overdue for a mana drain. Going 30 minutes without a mana drain is already like pushing it, and it's been like 2.5 hours. This is a green deck. I don't have a black producing land. Alright. Could name... well... Opponent, you had Menace. You had Menace. What are you doing? I would imagine there's a removal spell at least or something. Your opponent doing nothing turn 2 is basically impossible, so... Yep. Shoot, I didn't even see. I was wiping my eyeball. Dang it. Alright, fortunately I have things I can do. Not many things. I do need my first black source, and I would like to get it soon. When you target your own stuff, what happens? Or your opponent's stuff. Whenever a mutant dies on your turn. So you can target your opponent's cards. It might actually be doing that this game. It looks like we're full stop targeting our opponent's creatures. Yeah. At least the first one. I do have a bunch of removal, so... I suppose I could have waited till next turn. I highly doubt it matters. Alright, well, I've never seen Gorehound not just win instantly. Oh, that was disgusting. I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting. Okay, yep. You got it. That sure was a turn, huh? Don't you love it when the 1 minute card just makes 8 2/2s? It's actually a 1 minute 16/16. Isn't that fun? Alright, yeah, nothing. I had no black mana. Probably still worth keeping. I had plenty of outs to find black mana. There's plenty of outs in my deck. Targeting my opponent's creature fortunately didn't cause anything to happen. But it just didn't matter. Didn't matter what I did there. Yeah, they had the 2 best cards in their deck. Yeah, they had both. That's alright, though. We did just finish Kami flaring someone. How many cards? 3? So this is always tapped. Might as well. I think I should just cast... Yeah, I should actually cast this. Yeah. I'm not going to put it in play, but... Yeah, it hasn't come up yet, but we have had that as a potential thing we could be doing. I think Nissa is just better than anything, right? Like, why even care about the counter strategy when mana's more powerful than anything else you could do, so... Okay. That's interesting. I think I cast that, actually. I think I cast that. Okay. They've killed all of my stuff so far. Good on them. Well, alright, so not really anything exciting here, but I guess I get my commander in play. Again, not really doing that much. Apparently doing nothing, because my opponent has kill spells. Alright. It's funny, this is what you have to do for Golbez to work, is just cast infinite removal spells and counter spells. Otherwise you can't even get to this. It's, what is it? Ward 4? Not great. I think we're just passing. I don't think I'm going to Diabolic Intent this 2-2. I don't even know what I'd be looking for. Yeah, I don't know what I'd be looking for, honestly. Probably just a land, and that feels really bad. Okay, I was kind of hoping to see a third creature for Defense of the Heart. That is to say, I probably don't have the time to do it, but anything's possible with you put your mind to it, I guess. I don't even know if Defense of the Heart gets me out of it, even if it triggers. Not even sure. But it's currently really the only thing I can do, so... My opponent having a defense... I don't think there's anything I could do about that. Well, if we had, like, Gristlebrand Shieldred, we probably would win. It's just not in the deck. Okay, they get rid of the creature in play, because they don't want to deal with defense. Alright, well, it's not a good sign when Golbez barely plays the game and you still lose to it. It's definitely not a good sign on our end here. Don't normally want to see that. Golbez is kind of free for every single opponent. I mean, honestly, it's just blue-black removal, counterspells, nonsense, and then you splash in artifacts that sometimes matter. Like, Golbez literally did nothing that game. I just wasn't interacting in an efficient way. Just wasn't doing anything. To be fair, I did miss my land drops. To be fair. But that's not going to do too much when they have nothing but removal. It's not going to save us. There's just no getting out of that. Killing Kappa's not winning that game. Suppose it's a step in a direction, though. Rather just move on. But yeah, I could have killed it with the removal spell. Well, that's a card. Ooh, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to play that. I don't think I do. A solid chance it turns into creatures, or forests. Excuse me. So I don't lose if this dies. There is some... No, not really. There's not really any reason to. There's some reason to do that? No. You just swing. There's no mana drain, so... mana drain mana. Actually, triple basic. Kind of nuts. All from Dragonstorm. That's a really good draw, I would argue. Might shock myself here. It depends. I'm going to target the Molt Tender. Because Kodama's actually just better than my commander right now. Sure, there's nothing they can find in my deck except Fatal Push. I think that's literally it. I think. Or I should say cards. I could actually go through every card in my deck and look, but no. Do we have Stifle? No. Alright, I'm not sure what I even get here. Defense not great. This is an engine that's very annoying. Fight is annoying too. Jadar is good. This is an engine as well. Yeah, we can just take an engine. Why not? Let's just take an engine. And at this point, I'll just play this. I have more than enough mana. I don't think my opponent even cares about this, so... We can just keep the train rolling. After something like this happening, and there it is happening. So, cast... the Constrictor, or cast my... I think I should cast this. Yeah. I would have got 4 cards? Yeah, if I flared, I guess. I guess. Sure. This is true. This is true. Discard an enchantment, instant, or sorcery. Unfortunately for my opponent, I have one of those. But it's not going to matter because I can't swing anyways. It's just 1 damage. There's no reason to do anything. But yeah, I suppose I could have got Flare, which gets rid of my pressure, but I would just draw cards after. It's kind of pulling itself against itself there. But it certainly was a line. You know, a line here was also to just kill Saruman. I could have just targeted... Oh, no, I can't target it with this. No, I can't. It's got a ward. Okay. Oh, look. No way. Game-ending cards again. What fun. Well, now I don't know what to do. Suppose I'm still somewhat interested in killing their commander. But, I don't know. Actually, I could just get rid of Utopia Sprawl now. Suppose in some regard that worked out. Okay. Hold the land? Yeah, we hold the land. Basic Central over here. So many basics. So many basics. Ghostly Prison. I have not played... I've not swung into a Ghostly Prison in quite a while, honestly. Quite a while. Alright, so I can swing there. They have to block it. Whoa, you didn't block it? You're crazy. That is crazy. We'll play the land now, because it could matter. Not very likely to, though. I feel like I'm chumping here, because now any source of damage is scary and you have no more fetch lands. I think it's worth a chump block, because you're going to have to do it now regardless. Yeah, I think they should have chump blocked. Think they should have chump blocked. They would see another turn if they did. So now they need like Swords to Plowshares or something. They're holding priorities, so of course I draw literally nothing. Let's put this here. Yep. Oh look, it's Swords to Plowshares. No way. Okay, I can hold on to this card as a surprise for the opponent. And I guess I will. No green mana for Scavenging Ooze. I don't have to worry about that, I guess. I don't know. Yep, everything has Vigilance, so they swing. They could stabilize at 1. Double block. It's definitely possible. Can you blitz for... Can you blitz just whenever you want? Okay, so this should win? Nice. Cool. Well, Ghostly Prison, not a good showing of it here. It almost mattered, but not quite. Not quite. Because of that, I didn't have, like, my outs in my head were, I mean, there's so many things to think about, but there was an argument I could have played this last turn to have more mana, but honestly, I didn't expect to draw a haste, something with haste that this would matter. But fortunately, we could pay for it anyways. But yeah, Ghostly Prison, not at its best in Historic Brawl. It can shut down some things, like Delny. Adeline doesn't like to see it. There's certain things that really it bothers, but there are so many decks that don't care about this. Like a lot of go wide strategies can sprinkle in some go tall thing and not care. It can obviously get blown up too if it's really a problem, like Beseiju and all that jazz. But yeah, it's hard to make this one work. One of my favorite cards. I love Ghostly Prison and Propaganda, the blue one. I love those cards, but definitely tough. It's, I think, only a mythic, so I would never recommend crafting it until it's not a mythic. Maybe it's gotten changed, but I would not ever craft this for a mythic. What did Saruman do this game? Dark Ritual? Cool. Cool game. Very interesting game. Yeah, Saruman was doing everything it wanted to. Well, but so were we. We just did what we wanted to slightly enough. I mean, I'll complain about losing to the control deck, but I play control all the time, so I don't care. Nashi's like my favorite commander, and I am not sorry. I love playing Nashi. What's weird is Nashi's still not in Hell Queue. Beats me. I think it's actually the best Sultai commander still. Like, full stop. I don't know why Nashi's not tier 1. Bracket 5. Okay, we're done though. Alright, so definitely two major things to talk about here, and one of them I'm steadfast on. The other one, I don't know. Making this large... I said this before, I've played against it. Let me preface this. I've played against this. I'm a Maidenless Nashi player, you're right. I've played against this one time, and it didn't really do anything. Not that I can remember. But making this larger, I had assessed that's probably not really that great or worth it, because it needs to be in play, and you also have to go out of your way to increase the size of this for other things to grow. There are some sequences where I probably did miss them. I don't know how much they really mattered. Where I could have, put my counters here from my other cards, and then when Genova triggers, it just moves counters there or whatever. So there were definitely sequences, and I might have just continuously did this. It was probably making someone tear their hair out. But it doesn't really matter that much if this stays at 1 the whole game. Right? I'm sure I did miss opportunities to put counters here and then just, now that this is larger, the thing that this targets is also larger. So you sort of gotten twice as many counters. Yay. I'm sure there was a game or two in there where I could have done something like that, but I just never went for it. The other thing, and again, I don't know how really crucial it is to go tall on your commander that's 4 mana and extremely vulnerable and can die before it triggers. Which, if your opponent can do that, they're going to. The other thing is... Oh, no, what was the other thing? Oh, sack outlets. So sack outlets in some games would have been nice. There was a couple games where I could have, tutored with this to go get Flare to, sack 2 mutants or something and put mana in play and draw a ton of cards. And that's great, but it's going to go against itself when you're actually trying to kill your opponent with giant threats. If you're sacking your giant threats to draw cards, your opponent, the pressure's off of them again. This is terrible into board wipes, right? Because you don't have mutants die on your turn, they die on your opponent's turn. But you gotta kill your opponent, and you're kind of like this 1/1 counter mid-rangey beatdown deck. Sacking your 6/6 means you don't have it. So I think it's better to not have that happen and just continue the pressure. And if your opponent has a sweeper, you're kind of, you're kind of going to get hit by it regardless. But, you're not going to draw your 6 cards or something. You can run maybe Phyrexian Tower. I was saying that was a land that probably could just come in here instead of like a swamp or something. To just, have a land to sack your stuff to. Like random sprinkled in things that sacrifice that don't feel bad playing unless they're specifically doing that with your commander. I'm sure there are some of them, like Village Rites. Doesn't really work too well. You play this at 4 mana, they just kill it. You don't have Village Rites mana. If they target it later, congratulations, I guess. If they go to kill this in response to your attack because they don't want the mutant to die while this is in play, then yeah, stuff like Vigilance... not Vigilance. Village Rites is decent. But all of that to me is a little unnecessary. And I think it makes more sense to just run the beatdown stuff and make your opponent deal with it. If you're constantly pushing pressure, it's up to your opponent to do something. Counter pressure could work, and it was working, so I was adding more removal as I played to stop counter pressure. But getting into combat with a mutant and having it die while this is in play kind of, to me, asks for a little bit too much, right? And yeah, you can skip the combat if you just sacrifice the creature, but that doesn't suddenly make this unkillable. It would still die in all the scenarios in which your opponent can interact before you have a mutant, or just kill it anyways. And then your sack outlet can't respond because, let's say it's, some version of a sack outlet that's not going to work when they target this or whatever, at least in response to the target of turning something into a mutant. So, I don't know. I'm sure it works, though. I'm not going to doubt that. The slower the format, the better things like this get. We did dodge mana drain the entire time. That was very helpful, I will say. We didn't really have a lot of games that were just crushing by one of the cards that probably shouldn't be in this format, like this one. That didn't seem to happen too much. In fact, I think I did it a couple times. I had like Flare, yeah, Kami Flare one time. No matter what you do, if it's like there's cards like this, what is it? Is it a pup, wolf? This thing. You can play this. You know, I was running Pelt Collector. However, no matter what you do, these are better, like Elvish Mystic and stuff. So ideally, you always want this to be your turn one play. So this is just a thing you have to accept or ignore and not run these at all. Or I guess you could run all of them. Let's just say screw it. This commander has probably 200 to 250-ish cards it could probably run. There is another side of this commander, which is maybe something to think about. And it did make the removal a little bit better, although it never really came up. You can play this. I'm surprised I remembered this. Surprised I remember this guy existed. You can play Genova like you would play this guy, Cheville, whatever, where you put bounty counters on your opponent's cards, and then you draw when they die. This actually draws more. There were times and I hadn't really put that together too much. I'm sure just like the other thing I wasn't doing too much. There were opportunities to actually draw a ton of cards by making my opponent's creature a mutant and then killing it. And then you draw. Oh, no. We lied, chat. Everything I said is a lie. You have to control the mutant. Everything I said is a lie. Never mind. Okay, there was a reason why we never went for it. There it is. There it is. I just lied. Alright, we're going to redact the past 30 to 40 seconds worth of things I said. I'm going to have to edit that out. That's funny. Alright, yeah. I'll say, oh, okay, we'll re-say it. We'll re-say it, but the right way. That's what we'll do. There were a couple times where I thought I could target my opponent's creature and be like, oh, I'll just kill that because I turned it into a mutant and I'll draw. But it's only mutants you control. Fortunately, I never actually did it, but there was one game I did target my opponent's creature to plan on killing it later. It didn't end up mattering. I died next turn, but if it did, I would have learned right then and there that that would not be good. Would not have worked. So you can't target your opponent's creatures and then draw cards because they're not mutants that you control. So don't do what I did. This is an interesting one. It's kind of like Jadar on steroids, but it only does it once, where Jadar continuously does it. I will say I did in a little bit struggle to have a mutant in play that was repeatedly swinging and expect this to stay alive while that mutant is swinging. I say I will struggle with that. Fortunately, this commander plays pretty nice alongside your deck and isn't the spearhead towering, like you must play this every game or you lose. It's kind of like VV, although VV players, I think, as time has gone on, and people like me saying what you probably should do when you're playing VV. Not that I have major influence or anything, but just the idea that your commander, you must assess if your commander is extremely important to what you're trying to do. And for the most part, aggro decks can get away with not having that be the case, right? Like, Adeline is super scary, but you don't really necessarily need Adeline in all the games you win. Ragavan might be one of those exceptions because it's on turn 1 every game. You actually don't even have to play 1-drops in Ragavan. You could just have that be your 1-drop every game, assuming you want to do the curve out thing. I'm sure there are some really efficient 1-drops to play, but like Ragavan is part of your thing and it happens first. Tamiyo, no. Your opponent doesn't kill Tamiyo, yeah, you skyrocket your chances of victory by a boatload once you untap a 2 mana and just proceed to not do anything because you have Tameo in play and you'll just win behind a wall of counter magic is different than playing Ragavan on turn 1, right? Just the outcomes and what happens are just different. I don't know. I would say Ragavan might be a bit more egregious. Tameo is kind of vulnerable, but so is Ragavan. I don't know. They're kind of maybe the same, or just doing different things but come to the same conclusion. And then you have a card like this, where you played on turn 4. If you didn't have anything before that, right, there's no creature in play before you cast this. It's really, really ugly. And if you do, well, you better hope that this survives, otherwise you just feel like you're playing Golbez, but you don't have mana drain. You know, it's like, oh, my commander was in play. I put a counter somewhere. They didn't block and they took 4. Then it died. Like, so fortunately, you can just play without it and be a functioning deck. Sort of like Chatterfang or any of the other black-green beatdown decks, honestly. But again, there are like 250 cards that you could run here. I don't even think Defense of the Heart wound up being correct. I took out all the other things. I noticed the more we played, the less I got to cards that cost more than 4. So like the 5-drops just didn't. They didn't come up too often. The game was sort of being decided at that point. Now the game wouldn't be over, but if my board is not cleared, you can kind of see over the next 3 turns my opponent's just going to lose. I'm just snowballing and they can't do anything. Or vice versa, my opponent's doing it and I'm not be able to do anything. My 5-drop's not going to save me. So they probably shouldn't be in here. And I'm not a big fan of like the beatdown stuff, but this is definitely a beatdown kind of thing to me. If you run sack outlets, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really... It's definitely a very strange commander. It plays in tandem. It's not like necessary in play every game. Very, very confusing commander, I think. There seems to be like pitfalls that people are getting themselves into with this one. This is a tough one to talk about. Huh. Yeah, this is a tough commander to talk about. I don't know. Okay, well, I guess, yeah, no, I guess I've just said I made my peace with it. It is what it is. I still don't believe too heavy in the bunch of sack cards. I don't think it's crucial that you grow Genova so other creatures are large. And it's functional as the green-black landfall 1/1 counter beatdown thing. It just works. It's okay. It's solid. It's fun. And that's all I've got. I can recommend it. You know, I can recommend it. It isn't just terrible or bad or anything. It's not amazing, but I don't think anything should be amazing. Everything should be, you know, somewhere looming in the middle. Everything's just pretty solid. And it's pretty solid. You know? If you like Hardened Scales decks, you have this. You can play this. Is it better than Bristly Bill? No. No. If Mossborn Hydra was a legendary, you would put that in there instead. What's the other? Kadama? I always call this Kami. Kadama is maybe just better. I've yet to play this as a commander. I don't think I've played it as a commander. I would like to play it as a commander. But there are certainly better 1/1 counter decks. Cards matter than this, but... I mean, Yawgmoth is interesting. If you can't target your opponent's creatures, I don't know. Like, yeah, you're drawing cards, but what are we drawing into? More creatures? Like, you're sacking the creature that's killing your opponent just to draw cards to play another creature that then now kills your opponent? Like, why sack your 10/10? Your opponent's at like 20 or whatever, they take 10. You sack your 10/10 to draw 10 cards. But now the 10/10 is dead. And your opponent like stabilized because you removed your giant threat. I don't really get it. I don't understand. And I'm only saying that because this is a creature-based, like, beatdown kind of deck. Yeah, Phyrexian Tower, we were talking about that one earlier. It's a beatdown deck. I don't want to kill my own creatures for my opponent. It is nice that they draw cards, but to me it just makes more sense to have that option where, like, oh, they can't react without you drawing a ton, and this is a lightning rod. So your 10/10 swings, but they can't kill it because this is alive, so they have to kill this first. Right? That's kind of where I'm seeing it. It just tops your curve and you're just beating them down and stuff, so... I mean, yeah, if your opponent's doing stuff to impede you from swinging, and the 10/10 is, like, being interacted with, then why did you need a sack outlet if they were just going to kill it? You know? Instant speed interaction, like exiles, yeah. Someone, I mean, Swords of Plowshares, I specifically brought up Swords earlier, too. That Swords of Plowshares specifically is a problem when you're not running sack outlets, and also would have one in that game. You also have to make room for the sack cards, which is sort of taking away from your ability to bludgeon your opponent to death. I think maybe Woe Strider is fine. Stuff like Woe Strider, maybe. Again, Phyrexian Tower is potentially okay. But, yeah, I don't know. I felt completely fine without sack outlets. But I'd have to play more of this, and I suppose I will. Not right now, but I'll play more of this to see if I care about sack outlets. Just like, there were games where, yeah, great, but like, those games have a pile of things that have to happen before you're like, oh, I'll sack this. And I think you can just circumvent all of that by killing your opponent. So, I'm not sure. But again, it depends how many you can run that are just, like, basically free. Like, how many can you just put in here and they're just, like, free? I guess there's this thing. Colorless mana is not what you want to have in a deck like this, especially turn 1. That is definitely not free. Probably could have taken out Riveteer's Outlook, though. At this point, maybe? I did take out Pock and the like, so this probably could have just been out and boom. I don't know how I feel about Westvale Abbey. Okay, no, that's not real. I don't know about this one now. There's like... Accursed Marauder. I suppose the first Village Rites. Is this an instant? There's not a lot of black creatures, actually. This doesn't work. Yeah, I don't actually have any black creatures. Yeah, to me it just feels like you want your opponent to be interacting with your cards. and you're just helping. Like, maybe Outland is funny, because you can sack it whenever you want. And be like, boom, it's dead, and then I can get I get a natural... Oh, you can't sack it whenever you want, actually, but, you know, you get your naturalize and all that jazz. I came to the conclusions I've come to about this, and they haven't really changed since I came to those conclusions. So, that was my upfront idea, but, that's just such a... I'm gonna redo my outro. We're redoing the outro for sure. So expect me to repeat myself in a second. Yeah, see, a lot of these sack outlets aren't even, like, really that free. I do kind of like Woe Strider. This is cool as well. I don't know. They're kind of close enough. You could probably just play this one. It's probably slightly better. Could just drop Oracle of Moldiah for this. It's almost doing the same thing. Not quite. We do have landfall cards, and those are pretty nice. I don't know. Maybe Woe Strider's just more on point. Because it at least does something, and it can happen multiple times. Alright, I'm going to redo my outro, then I'm going to stop streaming. Alright. My second attempt at the outro. Because the first one was all over the place. I got confused. I actually just lied about the bottom part for a second. So I tripped myself up. I'm here again. Hopefully it's more cohesive this time. This is a really interesting commander, and the reason I got tripped up so much is because not only is there like 250 cards you can play with this, there's a few like maybe major ideas you can step into and sort of step away from other ones. Now initially I thought you could just target your opponent's creatures, and then when they die on your turn you draw. That's not the case. You have to control the mutant, so don't get confused about that. I did target my opponent's creature one game. Fortunately, it didn't matter. Fortunately, it didn't matter because I was dead anyways. But just something to keep in mind there. So, sack outlets is kind of like the big thing that the entire time we're all over the place about. And I really don't know if they're necessary. I think they're really not, because you sack your 8/8 or your 10/10 or even your Primeval Titan, I guess, that swings as a 7/7. If you sacrifice it, you don't deal damage to your opponent, and the things you are drawing are more things to put into play that swing at your opponent, and also probably have something to do with sacking more things, right? Like, oh, I sacked this, and I drew 4. One of those cards is a land. Okay, whatever. Maybe I did or didn't need one. One of them was a removal spell. Maybe I did or didn't need it. One of them is another way to sacrifice things. I already have that happening. I don't need another one. So this isn't as useful anymore, right? And if your sack outlet card isn't useful outside of simply sacrificing a mutant, I don't think I really like it. Like, Woe Strider comes with a token and can recur itself. And the other one creates mana. So they do stuff outside of sacking a mutant, if that makes any sense. That is to say, most things that sacrifice it are actually doing something other than the mutant, but I think you really want, excuse me, you really want like the exceptionally good ones. Like, I don't think I like Village Rites, for example. You're already drawing a bunch of cards. Do you really want to sack your thing or whatever? Alright, so you have those 3 cards. You got your land, your removal spell, your sack outlet, and then the next card you draw is another beater that you put into play to put counters again for Genova. And then start to swing with that card now. But when do you decide to sack your cards? Because you have to actually kill your opponent. You don't have Banefire in here. We actually do have Exsanguinate. I mean, that just an example, but Exsanguinate is now in the... Oh, shoot. Wait, is it... Yeah, there it is. Excuse me. There it is. Oh, it's been in here for a while. All right. I thought it was just from the new, like, Commander Final Fantasy thing. So you have, like, cards like this you could play. you are a mana dork deck, I guess. You could draw into this, but you're not like Gitrog, where you can play lands with your sacked creature. Because Gitrog swings, it sacks the saddled creature, and I believe you get to play the lands out of your hand. You don't do that with this one, so you don't just suddenly have 25 mana out of nowhere like you would maybe with Gitrog and Thalia or whatever it's called. Gitrog, the saddle Gitrog, not the Gitrog and Thalia. So it's just weird that your beatdown deck wants to sack creatures to get more creatures that then proceed to do the same thing, and you kind of just like reset your giant scary threat that your opponent didn't kill because you killed it. So it can like help your opponent actually stabilize. Now, that being said, if your opponent goes to kill your giant thing, then yeah, if you have a sack outlet and they want to kill this first so that you don't draw a bunch of cards, you're like, oh, I'll sack it first so I draw a bunch of cards. But there's an issue where when you cast this at 4 mana and target something and go to the red zone, your opponent can just kill this. And that happened quite a bit where I had a mutant attacking, but this was just sitting there, I'm tapped out, and they're just going to kill this now. Before I even have a mutant. Actually, let's back it up. I got ahead of myself. They can just kill this card and you just don't get a mutant. They can kill the creature you target before it becomes a mutant. And you can sack it now, but they could just kill it. So I think it makes sense to really dodge that as a problem and just not really run many sack things at all, if any, except maybe Flare of Cultivation because this is stupid. So, something to think about. That is, like, Blitz sacks itself. It doesn't need me to play a sack card. I just have to have my commander in play, and this just does it. Same with Jadar. Same with this thing. It just dies, and then you just draw a bunch of cards. You don't need another card that cares about this thing you're doing, right? In slower formats like EDH, you can have your like your little setup. You know, you got your over here your sack enchantments, and you got your little creatures up here, and your commander's chilling, and you got some spells. But you know, that's great. But this is not that kind of format, so it's kind of hard to get away with all that. So I think, to a degree at least, I would consider the sack outlet stuff a pitfall. Right, you're just getting yourself into this trap. I actually did that here with this deck. I thought Scute Swarm was better than it was. It didn't seem like I was ever getting to 6 lands, and when I did, the game was starting to get decided anyways. So I mean, like Scute Swarm might just be something that it's like, oh, I typed in landfall, saw all these cool cards and all the rares that are, oh, this card's good, right? Of course, and you just put it in. Actually, this card might have been solid. I don't know. But like you just put them in because they have the word landfall, and that's what you typed up here. You're just like doot doot. So I think I kind of baited myself into Scute Swarm. But to be fair, I did have like Pock, Mythweaver Pock, and stuff in here at some point, and 1 or 2 more extra fetch lands at some point. So I don't know. But the more I played, the more I just wanted this to be a aggro deck, sort of just 1, 2, 3 beat down, hardened scales, 1/1 counter. You know, there's a few commanders that do the 1/1 counter black green thing at this point, and this one's solid. What it's doing is okay, you know, and you don't need it in play every game. The other thing is targeting this with your counter things that put counters on your stuff, like Innkeeper's Talent targeting this card, and then the Genova triggers and targets the next thing, and then like that thing is huge. So this is now like 2, and then that thing gets an extra 1. So you could... I'm saying this because if you target the creature that Genova's going to target anyways, with the Innkeeper's Talent, so you're putting counters on your stuff, it's like, well, you could have just had twice as many counters, right? If you put the counters on the... this first. It's like, yeah. And if your opponent has any kind of interaction, you might as well commit the counter over there. So it's just hard to get away with letting this chill with a bunch of counters on it and have another creature swinging and have all of that matter even without the mutant thing on the sideline. Right? Like, oh, I don't even care about that part. You're just making this big and then making other things big.
That's not realistic. I did make mistakes. There were so many games where I didn't even really think to try to put counters on this. I'm just like, I'll just put counters on the other creatures. Right? I did this basically the entire time. I almost never targeted this. Um, some windows I should have been targeting this, I'm sure. I'll go back and see. But sometimes you just don't want to because it's a lightning rod and you don't want to waste counters here. You're just better off losing an extra counter and targeting the thing you want to make a mutant with your Innkeeper's Talent cards. There's a few of these, not a ton of these in the deck, but you know, each one that spreads counters. You have like Hardened Scales, Innkeeper's Talent, put it here, then this puts those there. It's like, okay, you're walking across the towers with the poles. Like, all right, everything's working out. A little gust of wind that is fatal push, and everything explodes. You're in free fall until the game's over. So, something to pay attention to. Sometimes it's not always right to just simply target this. But sometimes it is because it is basically free, and I'm pretty sure I missed some basically free moments. I wouldn't doubt it. I was so just, dead set on expecting this to go the way of VV, where you play it, and if they didn't kill it, okay. But if they did, it's like, alright, I expect the game to continue, all that jazz. So, but I can recommend it. It's cool. It's got well over 200 cards you can play. It's a solid thing. You don't need it in all of the games you win. It's just something that complements your top end. You're just doing the thing, and then you play this, and now you have the new thing to happen. But it seems you're better off playing a deck that's playing alongside of this, as opposed to just everybody carrying this creature above their heads. Like, oh, okay, well, we're kind of not doing much without Genova. It's like, you probably don't want to have that happen. Unless you just really like Genova. You just want it in all of your games and all that jazz, and it's fun, and, so there you go. I guess I got to preface all my criticisms about playing cards that are pitfalls just because they're fun cards, and you should play fun cards, because what's the point of playing the game if you're not enjoying yourself? Some people just won't play Mana Dorks in their Genova deck. They'll just play, like, the Tenacious Pop, which is fine, And you could play this alongside the Mana Dorks, but, you play a bunch of stuff like this. But, unfortunately, the best thing to do is Llanowar Elves. It doesn't matter what your commander is. It doesn't matter what the rest of your deck is. You just play Llanowar Elves, and you're better than whatever this was doing. But you could play that. There's a few cards that were like that in here. But when it's going and doing its thing, it is very scary. Can it target itself? To be specific, no, it can't, right? No, it can't. It cannot target itself. No. It cannot target itself. So, but yeah, if you thought this was like this guy, where you could put things into mutants and then kill them as this side plan, no, you have to control the mutant. You'll learn that really quickly because you only have to mess it up once. But yeah, you have to be the one to control the mutant. You can't just be like, I made your thing a 7/7. Kill it. Draw 7. It's like, nope. That ain't happening. But pretty cool commander. It definitely has lines. Definitely lines. Rather teetering on the edge of unique, right? Because it is still just a 1/1 counter commander, but it's got this other thing about it. It's kind of like, oh, okay, right. I like it. It's neat. So let me know what you thought about it. Like, comment, subscribe, and hopefully that second attempt at the outro was vastly more cohesive than the last one, because I was all over the place the last one. Alright, see ya. GG's. No, Flare of Malice is black creatures only, and I don't have a lot of black creatures. If you have a lot more than I did, probably, but I didn't have enough. Could put Bronco and Dark Confidant back in here. They were in here for a little bit. I think they're still just fine, but there were not enough black creatures. Same with Grief. I think Grief is solid, but I just didn't have enough. Is that the Phyrexian one? Okay, it's not. This has been recommended like 25 times. I don't really like this. Proliferating to me is not super relevant. I don't I an opponent's control? Oh. It's like Chivil. That's kind of neat. I've never seen that played before. Return it to the battlefield tapped. Wait, is this just a Rezug for your opponent's graveyard instead of yours? Whenever a non-token creature... It's like Rezug for your opponents. That's pretty cool. I gotta put on my list of things to do at some point. Oh, yeah, this thing. I've played against this once. I think it killed me with Door to Nothingness. I've been calling it that too much. Casualties of War. Alright, it's not the worst commander. It's the, Yeah, this is, it's got text on it. It's got text on it. Just for the sake of the video, the deck I upload, maybe I should just put it in here. Let's take out Will Strider. I'm actually kind of 50-50 on Will Strider anyways. What's the other one? The oil counter guy? This dude. I will... I've yet to see anyone make this work. I've yet to see... It's maybe it's out there, and whoever does it, you're an artist, but... This is still the worst commander in the game, I think. And that is assessing all commanders in the game. I think this is probably the worst commander in the game. I've yet to make it work. I don't think you can. Believe me, I've tried. I think this is the worst commander in the game. Now, there is an argument, because it's green, that's not the case. Because you can just play a black-green deck without your commander. In all fairness, but I played this for a long time, and not once did it matter. Not once did it matter. Alright, I'm out. I'm out. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, you're redrawing things that have already been in the game. It's not like you... yeah, it's not like you're getting more Crater Hoofs to draw. Because the first one didn't work. Like Gristlebrand, your first Gristlebrand just died and the game is still continuing and you have to find the next one. And alright, yep. Yep, GG. See ya. Thanks for being here. Wait, it didn't stop.